Good morning, everybody. Please, if you don't mind, if you can stand, please do, as we sing Lift Every Voice. Lift every voice and sing, till earth and heaven rings. Ring with harmonies of liberty. Rise as high as the listening skies. Let it resound as loud as the rolling seas. Sing a song full of the faith that the dark past has taught us. Sing a song full of the hope that the present has brought us. Facing the rising sun of a new day begun, let us march on until victory is won. Let us march on until victory is won. Thank you very much.
I didn't do that. I want to welcome you to this space. I'm here to share remarks and welcome, and I'm doing this with a online co-presenter, and I'm going to allow my co-presenter to go first. So the IT guys will queue up for us, and today you'll have a lot of that happening.
Check 1, 2.
I don't know if I'm supposed to go all over again now that I have a new mic. So we should have our online co-presenter queuing up very shortly to assist in the welcome and remarks. So while we wait, I'll just want to invite us to just do the land acknowledgement. And I have notes. I have some notes. Maybe I'm not speaking loud enough. I have a land acknowledgement here with me, but I typically want to insert myself into this space, and instead of reading the traditional notes that is often given to us, I think most of us have read it, have heard it, but what do we do with it afterwards? So remember all that you have read and heard and stuff before. How do you associate yourself or place yourself on this sacred land in which we share with the Mi'kma'ki people? And one of the ways that I often think just in case we got to change again. So with the land acknowledgement, I believe that one of the ways that we can insert ourselves into this space, into this sacred land, is to support Black and Indigenous businesses, to support the ideas, to support research, to insert ourselves into the places that is often, that we're often, it's often not seen, right? So we do acknowledge that we are on the land of the Mi'kma'ki people, called Turtle Island. We also have to recognize that there's over 400 years of history here of African Nova Scotian people who were brought to this land, whether by force or willingly, those who came afterwards. We have all contributed to this land, and we should continue to contribute as a collective people. And I'll use Ubuntu, a South African term, in recognition that we are all humans and we share this sacred trust with each other. I'm also going to recognize that we do have ASL support here for those who need it, and it will be accessible for some and most of this symposium today. We also have closed captioning available online for those who are who need accessible services. And I'll invite the IT guys to bring on my co-presenter.
Greetings.
In the interest of time, I think I will do my half, and then we'll just have the other half. Oh, there we go.
Sanibonani. Avuxeni, Ndimasiari, and in English we say good morning because it's morning in your side and it's afternoon in our side. I am Dr. Tendo Makado and I am representing South Africa. So I say to you, good morning, esteemed leaders, colleagues, distinguished guests, and young people who might be also watching through virtual platforms. So on behalf of the University of Venda in South Africa, it is my profound honor to welcome you in this Africentric Education Symposium. This gathering itself is more than a conference. It's an act of reclaiming our African voices, wisdom, and dignity. Together we come across oceans and continents to affirm the truth that our education must reflect who we are, where we come from, and where we are going. As an African proverb tells us that wisdom is like a baobab tree. No one individual can embrace it. So this gathering is exactly that. Even when I am here, I'm not there with you. This is the place where we join hands, minds, and our spirits together to embrace the wisdom that no one could hold alone. And also in the spirit of Ubuntu, I am because we are. This symposium reminds us that education is not only the transmission of knowledge, but the nurturing of the community identity and humanity. Ubuntu calls us to see ourselves in one another, to work together and to heal the wounds of the past through the collective wisdom. So this year, we also paused a little bit to reflect on the 30 years since the BLAC Report of 1994, which was a historic moment that deemed Africentric approaches to learning. That very same year, in South Africa, we celebrated the rebirth into democracy under the leadership of Nelson Mandela. Both these events remind us that education is deeply political, deeply cultural, as well as deeply African. So as we begin these 2 days of dialogue, let us carry the theme from reflection to action in our hearts. Let's ensure that our words lead to transformation in our schools, in our universities, even in our communities. So in an African way, I say to you, welcome, feel at home, let us share the knowledge, build solidarity, and dream together.
Thank you.
water and wine. Today when we use water, it symbolizes the flow of life, which is to clean, nourish, and defend our body, mind, and soul. As I pour the water, I will also pray a share, in God will peace, again, following the sun. So as I say, I pour libation for our ancestors, in a share. So, it's often said that people who lack knowledge of their past is not the true those who can profile. So in the spirit of Sankofa, I'm showing you the mystical birth of the Dharma. This is a birth flying back, honoring the past and all the struggles that we've had. And it provides foremost into the present, which is the life that we live now, thanks to our ancestors. While carrying an egg symbolizes the unborn child or baby, which again is the future that we must nourish and get ready for. So thank you for the Sankofa birth, Sankofa. I raise my cup in reverence to God, who ought to make close in our lives. We pour libation for our ancestors who lost their lives during the Middle Passage, which was a trip from Africa to the Americas, which gave Americans 3 days of freedom. It is made the days to the American, but be certain that we are here at only the Jesus. If I call one, I call all. We raise our cup to one man who also led the largest African mass of African ancestral people in the history of African people, of over 6 million followers worldwide, who again maintain and sustain our African humanity, our resilience, and the resurrection that we see today. We raise our cup to honor Marcus Mandela. There are so many answers that we could say, and I will not want to leave any of them out. So for now, we thank all of the ancestors of the past, all the African Indian kings that have led us into the world today. And I call upon our ancestors to let us stand here strong and firm. And as I say my ancestors' name, I'm the 13th, also the future ancestors' name, whose shoulders we stand on. I call upon the Bundy, the Sparks, the Hamiltons, the States, the Johnsons, please join me. Shay. If I call one, I call all. We call upon our ancestors again for their wisdom. We call upon our elders for their wisdom. Continue to sustain us. To show us the courage that they have done over the many people. If I call one, I call all. And Father, for our children, and for their children, for the future generation of Africans to come, who will be during our history, we will also make sure that our resurrection continues before our vision. If I call one, I call all. May the venerable African spirits feed us and follow us, and continue to raise us as we can in spiritual vocation to our ancestors to take homage to the liberation we have today. If I call one, I call all. In the spirit of Ubuntu, I am the new God. Come, great ancestors, drink.
Thank you, Dr. McAdoo and Bernadette. She's in front and you couldn't see. She's smiling at herself all the time. And after Dr. McAdoo's presentation, I just felt myself in South Africa. You could have seen me there on the front row watching the guys doing their dance. You remember seeing me there? Yeah, that wasn't me. But I was actually at one of those celebration. It was actually just around this time last year. And what you see, I felt, I heard, and it was just different. And so I'm glad you're here to participate in this symposium with us today and to understand some of what we understand to be truly African and to understand what Afrocentricity and Ubuntu is to us. So over the next 2 days, we will draw wisdom from scholars, and community leaders, youth, and partners from Nova Scotia, South Africa, and beyond. We will reflect on our progress, but take action. We also take action on, on what still lies ahead. Together, we will embody Ubuntu, listen deeply, celebrating successes and dedicating ourselves to transforming learning environments into places of dignity, belonging, and justice. Welcome to this space, the Delmore Buddy Day Learning Institute. For those who were visiting for the first time, don't let it be your last, and welcome back for those who have come here before. May this space inspire us to promote Afrocentric education for future generations. We're rooted in history, strengthened by global solidarity and guided by unshakable principles of Ubuntu. With gratitude and on behalf of the Symposium Planning Committee, I want to thank you for spending this time with us these couple of days, and I want to welcome you all. Thank you. And so next up on the program, we have Elder's Voice. I would like to invite Ms. Melinda Day to come to the podium.
Yeah. I just want to say how happy I am to be here today for this. And Dr. Malefi, hi. Good to see you. Good morning, everyone. And on behalf of the elders, which I am now one, I think I've been one for a little while, but on behalf of the elders and all that we represent here today in this auditorium here and online, welcome to each one of you. We are in store for some great history, knowledge, education, and empowerment. So let us go forward. Let us remember who we are, where we come from, and where we are about to go. All things are possible, only believe. Good morning, all.
Sorry, it's a bit crowded up here. Thank you so much for that lovely welcome from Randy and from our guests. And my name is Dr. Susie Brigham. I am the Vice Chair of the Delmore Buddy Day Learning Institute. Sorry, it's a little bit of feedback, so I'm going to maybe speak a little bit quieter and hope that things will proceed fine. So I am here because I want to welcome our distinguished guest, Dr. Molefe Asante, who's just arrived from the United States last night. And he looks fresh and energized, and I'm so happy that you are here. We are all so happy that you are here. I may not be able to do justice to Dr. Molefe Asante's amazing bio, but I just have a few words I would like to share with you, and hopefully we'll learn a little bit more about his many accomplishments. But I'll begin with a few important points. So Dr. Molefe Kete Asante is a professor extraordinarius at the University of South Africa, and he is a professor in the Department of Africology at Temple University, where he created the first PhD program in African American Studies in 1988, named one of America's 100 leading thinkers by the Utne Reader, and honored by the Library of Congress as a history maker, he is internationally recognized as the pioneer of Afrocentricity. The New York Times describes him as a scholar known for his pioneering work in the area of Afrocentricity. Dr. Asante is the author of more than 100 books, that's true, and he is translated into multiple languages and he has written over 500 articles. He is among the 10 most widely cited African scholars. At Temple, he has directed more than 140 PhD students, and he has also founded the Journal of Black Studies, UCLA's Center for African American Studies, and the So sorry about the feedback. Yes? Oh, okay. So I'll speak a little bit louder, okay. I know, but are you sure it's not gonna blow? It's making me nervous, and sorry to all of you if that's hurting your ears. I know it is quite disturbing, that sound. And also for those online, hopefully you're still sticking with us. I want to just continue to say a little bit more about Dr. Molefe Asante. He earned his PhD from UCLA at 26 years old, and he became a full professor at SUNY Buffalo at the age of 30. His contributions to education include consulting with school districts and designing Afrocentric curricula, such as Philadelphia's mandatory African American history course, which I hope will continue even in 2025, given what's going on. His work extends globally. He trained journalists in Zimbabwe after the independence. He mentors leaders across Africa, and he serves on the Thabo Mbeki African School of Leadership at UNSA. Frequently featured on 60 Minutes, BBC, and the CNN, he continues to shape international dialogue on Africology and African unity. In recognition of his leadership, Dr. Asante was installed in Ghana at the Nano Okru Asante Pisa, the Kaidomahene of Tafu, and later appointed the Wanadu of Court of Hassimi Maiga in Mali. He holds honorary degrees, doctorates from Pepperdine University, University of South Africa, Sojourner Douglas College, and the University of New Haven. In 2019, the National Communication Association honored him as a distinguished scholar, its highest recognition. Dr. Asante lives with his wife, Anna Yanega, in Philadelphia, and he's traveled to over 75 countries. He has 3 children, Mario, Eka, and MK Asante, who was born in Zimbabwe. And he has 6 grandchildren, Jamar Ramses, Ayana, Ayon, Nova, Akira, and Akila. Dr. Molefe Asante's talk this morning is called Africentric and the Reclamation, Afrocentricity and the Reclamation of Black Intellectual Traditions. So welcome, Dr. Asante, and thank you so much for being here.
All right, so thank you. Habari Gani. Hotep. Hotep is the most ancient greeting. Turn it down a little bit. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's this. Okay. All right, thank you so much. Yes, I start by giving thanks to the indigenous people of this land. I start that way because the indigenous people of this land were the first Africans to enter the Americas. I give thanks to recent African ancestors who crossed the seas, came to this land through many hardships. I give thanks to the people of Nova Scotia, the Black people who came here from the United States first, those who hated the enslavement and who wanted their freedom. So whenever I come here to this part of the world, I always feel at home. And I've said that for 30 years. I remember when I came first here, when Delvina Bernard and Upshaw and those people brought me here for many years. I would always say to them that, hey, I feel quite at home here. It's almost like being in Georgia, but not quite so. I also want to thank Sylvia Paris and Randy Headley for making sure that the Delmore Day Learning Center is a center for Afrocentric studies. And I have followed the work that Sylvia has been doing, and Susan, the people who work with her and the board, and it has impressed me that you have continued to fight for the right to express yourselves as we ought to in a way that will help our children learn and become the incredible people that they can become. And so I'm humbled actually by being in your presence, to see your work and to know that this is a wonderful opportunity for us to learn and to move forward. There are many things that I could say, and I should start quickly to say what I'm going to say, because otherwise we will be here for 4 hours, and I know you don't feel like that, and I don't feel like that. So, but let me start by saying to you that the origin of all humanity is Africa. And before 70,000 years ago, everybody in the world was black. There were no other people. There were no Homo sapiens. All Homo sapiens, and that's who we are as the 8 billion people who live on the earth today. We are all Homo sapiens, regardless to our phenotypes, how we look. We're all Homo sapiens. The first Homo sapiens rose on the continent of Africa. And from those Homo sapiens came all the other people on the face of the earth. There is but one race. It is humanity. There's no polygenesis. There's no situation where you have Homo sapiens rising in Asia and in Europe and in Africa and in the Americas, there's a different. All Homo sapiens started in Africa, and all Homo sapiens lived in Africa until the migration of some out of Africa 70,000 years ago. That's how we get the spread of Homo sapiens throughout the world. Once you have that fact, scientific fact, not an opinion, a biological fact, a DNA fact, once you have that fact, it is very easy for you to understand how the earliest indigenous people were actually people from Africa, everywhere, whether it's in Australia or in the Americas or in Europe, or in Asia, all indigenous people came from Africa, whether it's in the South Pacific, whether it's in the Caribbean, they all come from Africa. Homo sapiens do not exist more than 350,000 years ago. One African woman, it gave birth to all of us. That is science. That's not fiction. And until we get that in our heads, we won't even understand how crazy white racial nationalism as it rises in the United States under Trump is. You won't understand how crazy it is. It's a ridiculous position because it's an unscientific position, and it's not one that can be sustained logically in any way. So those are just my opening remarks. So let me go to my PowerPoint. I hope will they be able to see the PowerPoint? Oh, they will. Good. Great. All right. So this conversation, and I think I spoke with Professor Hetley about it yesterday, and George, and all these wonderful people here, that what I wanted to do was to talk about the reclamation of the African intellectual tradition. And that's important because even though we talk about the expansion or the dissemination of Homo sapiens throughout the world, we recognize that isolation from one another also brings possibility of differentiation, different political attitudes and ideas, and all these things create tremendous stresses among human beings. And this recent situation of the last 5 centuries have given rise to incredible notions of domination, of hierarchy, of patriarchy, of conflict as necessary. All these things are given to the earth or produced in the earth out of philosophy of aggression and greed. And it is not representative of any not representative of anything else other than the fact that we as human beings find ourselves in a situation where one people over the last 5 centuries has assumed that by virtue of its military might really should rule the world. This is a problem, and it's a problem not just here. I just came from Brazil. It's a problem in Brazil. It's a problem everywhere I've been in the world. I've been all over the world. It's the same problem. It's the same issue. And that issue has to be confronted. It has to be dealt with. by the people themselves, but also by those of us who also understand precisely that all humans are the same. There are no humans better than any other humans, no humans brighter than any other humans, no humans more are smarter than any other humans. We all have the same capabilities. And I've seen those capabilities in human beings all over the world. So what happened to our intellectuals? What happened to our intellectuals and our intellectual tradition was that it was not only destroyed, it was hidden and it was concealed. And so what arises, and I see this, of course, in the President of the United States, I see it as a person who is ignorant of history. You know, if you're ignorant of history, you then have no clue as to what other people have done or what they can do, because you assume by virtue of your ignorance that if you can assert and assert and assert and lie, that people will believe you. That's the state of the world. That's what we are up against. When you can say that Columbus discovered the Americas, then we know that you're crazy. That there were people already there, already here. Or when you make some statement that claims, for one reason or another, that your particular view on the world is better than anybody else's. It's almost like we used to say in Ghana, everybody believes that her mother's soup is the best until she goes to somebody else's house, you know. It's the only house you know. Yeah, your mother's soup is the best, you see. So this is what I want to talk about. I want to first start with the word Afrocentricity, because I was a person who coined the term Afrocentricity. It should not be confused with the fact that I did not, however, coin the term Afrocentric. The adjective Afrocentric was first used by Kwame Nkrumah. But the word Afrocentricity as a noun was an invention of mine to conceptualize what happens when people of recent African descent began to look at the world through their own eyes. Do you understand what I'm saying? Okay, this is the meaning of Afrocentricity. And so you can go next. Afrocentricity, therefore, is a concept that arose in 1980. This is the first time when I wrote the book Afrocentricity. This was 1980. There are some other terms that I want to just talk with you a little bit about so you can have an understanding of them. One is Africa-centered. This is a term that was elevated by a colleague of mine by the name of Sethlani Kato. And Kato was a South African. And he taught with me in Philadelphia for many years. And with Afrocentricity, he said, I understand Afrocentricity where you're talking about people of African descent looking at the world through their own eyes and as actors of the world rather than people who are simply acted upon. But Africa itself is the center of human history. That was Cato's contribution. It's a very powerful contribution, and it's wonderful that here today at the Delmore Buddy Day Institute, you are recognizing South Africa as well, because I believe, and I sincerely believe this, that the future of African intellectual development is in South Africa and in Brazil. I think those are the two countries that seem to me to be heading in the right direction in terms of understanding the value of Afrocentricity and Africa-centeredness, certainly in South Africa, the idea that Africa is in fact that mother continent where all Homo sapiens came from. African-centered is another term. African-centered is a term created by African Americans who didn't like the word Afrocentricity. That's a whole different thing. Africans, instead of saying, well, you know, Asante says Afrocentricity, but we're gonna say African-centered. Well, I think they mean the same thing, but their notion was that Afrocentric did not put Africa in the term. I think that was the original understanding of that. And I had this conversation with the great scholar John Henry Clark many years ago, because he felt like Afrocentric, he said to me, Molefe, Afrocentric reminds me of a hairstyle. And I said, well, Professor Clark, what kind of hairstyle is it? And he said, it's an African hairstyle. I said, well, there you go. There's a word. Afrocentric. So you understand the word. You understand it. So that's a small dispute, but I just want you to be aware that that was one. Then, of course, I know here, you came up here in Nova Scotia with Africentricity, and that is a term that was really given to us by the black psychologists. The black psychologists were the first ones to come up with Africentricity. And again, it was the idea that they wanted to put Africa in the word. And they thought that Afro would not put Africa in the word. So they came up with Africentricity. Of course, my response to that was, I created Afrocentricity. I've never seen the book on Africentricity. And I'm still looking for it. I'm sure somebody's going to write it. And that's going to be another idea. But I think that they mean the same thing, too, that we mean when we say Afrocentricity. Because if you are going to use the English language, the Dictionary of Etymology tells you that the best way to make combinations of words, particularly if they have Latin base, is with an O, because it's more fluent. Afro is more fluent for the English speaker than Africentricity. But it's okay if people like Africentricity. I've been saying this for 30 years. Coming to Halifax for 30 years, I've said that. I don't know why y'all chose Africentricity, but it's okay. It was not what I wrote, but that's okay, and that's not a big problem. What is a problem is the word Afrocentrism. Afrocentrism is a problem because the people who use Afrocentrism are claiming some notion of religion. They're claiming that it's some sort of nativist, essentialist belief. It is not Afrocentrism. You don't let people say Afrocentrism. Afrocentricity. Do you mean Afrocentricity? You mean Afrocentrism? No, we don't. You're talking as if you're claiming some notion of religion. This is not Afrocentrism. Africanity is another term. Africanity is how we are as Africans. We like our music, we like our clothes, we like our hairstyle. You can have Africanity and still not be Afrocentric. In other words, you can wear your hair in braids and you can have locks and all that and still be Eurocentric. It doesn't have anything. Afrocentricity is a conscious understanding that your actions are based with you as an actor, not as a spectator. You're not on the margins of anybody's history. You're not on the periphery of anything. You yourself, you are a historic individual. You come from a historic community. You are a collective people with a strong sense of identity based on that. So anyway, let me just go to the next slide. And we can deal with all the other things. I think you are at the last slide. I want to go to the next one after the word Afrocentricity. There you go. Okay, now I think we've explained that. Go to the next one. Thank you. This one is, the next slide here is Cardinal Principle 1. So this notion is that it is a paradigm. It's a paradigm, a philosophical paradigm, where the centrality of the African person and the centrality of Africa is at its core. That's the key thing that we have to understand. And once we understand that, we understand a lot about Afrocentricity. That means when I say it's a paradigm, I say it works in everything. It works everywhere. You ask a fundamental question. Is this, if you're doing an interrogation, you want to know, is this action in the best interest of African people? That's the question. If you're doing an explanation of something, you want to know, is my explanation coming out of the way I see the world as an African person? If you are not an African person and you want to do Afrocentric thinking and Afrocentric work or Afrocentric research, as I have students from Europe and Africa and Europe and Asia mainly, as well as North America. And my students from Asia and my students from Europe, when they come to me and they say, I want to do an Afrocentric study, I say, what that means is that the questions that you raise and you ask have to come from the standpoint of the African person. That's all. You can't impose Europe on it. You can't impose, it's just like when I go to China, if I'm studying the aesthetics of early Chinese pottery, I'm not going to impose European 90-degree angle aesthetics on the Chinese. I'm going to let the Chinese tell me what's your aesthetics. It has emerged from you. I'm not going to tell you what I think it is. I need to know what do you think and how do you see this, you see? And what has happened to us as African people is that Europe comes to Africa and tells the African, this food is this, or that food is that, or this fabric is this, or these dances are wow. I lived in Zimbabwe, and you read the documents that the Europeans wrote, and you shake your head. When they saw African dance, they said it was wild. Well, what are they thinking? What are they trying to say? It's the European imposing, you see? So if you come to a culture, you first must you have to have the humility to say to the indigenous people, you tell me, what is it? How do you see the world? That's why it's so important that now we are coming to the point where people are talking about Ubuntu. That's just one African concept. There are thousands, but that's an important one that now has caught on because of people like Bishop Tutu when he was alive. He talked about Ubuntu. So now Ubuntu, everybody can talk about Ubuntu. Well, we need to also talk about Ma'at. We need to talk about the Yoruba concept of Iwa Rere. There are many, many concepts that we can talk about. You see what I'm saying? We do talk about Sankofa, and that's good. So Ubuntu and Sankofa, if you leave here from this symposium with just those two, you're okay. You at least, you got something, all right? Sankofa and Ubuntu. But we will try to expose you to some other things. All right, I think we can go to the next one. Metaphors of Afrocentricity, I think. The next slide, the next one. There you go, metaphors. Okay, so the metaphors of Afrocentricity will give us terms like location, place, agency, centered, stand, Jed. These are, and the reason I'm saying this to you is because what has happened over the last 25 years in the US is that more and more students, and also in Brazil, more, and in South Africa, as I pointed out. I was at the University of Venda where the sister who did the libation, one of the openings is from. But at Pelagwani, University of Limpopo, University of Zululand. I was just there last year. University of Zululand, you know what they call their university? The motto is, we are a node for African thought. They have a whole entire university based on Afrocentricity, University of Zululand. The African culture, fundamental, you see? So you have to ask yourself, how do you get there? You get there because, first of all, students who want to study, you ask them, okay, so what's the terminology for this discipline? Because it's a discipline now. And you got a whole discipline that's based on Afrocentricity. It's called Africology. Africology is the Afrocentric study of all African phenomena. The Afrocentric study of all African phenomena. That's Africology. So Africology, as the Afrocentric study of all African phenomena, how do you do that? First of all, you have to talk to the researcher to find out where she's located. Where are you located? Are you located in your head in Europe? If you are, you're going to have to first get out of that head into another one so that you can understand what it is you're looking at. Where are you misoriented? Are you an African person who is misoriented? And you don't understand your own history, your own culture. You believe that the earth is only 6,000 years old. That's a misorientation. You don't understand yet. You have to deal with misorientation. You have to deal with the notions of being disoriented. People are confused. And if people are confused, then we have to work with that before we can talk to them about being centered, you see. Lost, decentered, dishistory, dismissing history. So you have all of these things that are going on when you're trying to teach people how to look at phenomena that will give them a better sense of appreciation for themselves and for history and for understanding. Let's go to the next slide, please. The next slide. Okay, thank you very much. Afrocentricity is not anti-European. It's not anti-anybody, actually. It is a critique of domination. Now, that's for sure. It's a critique of domination, but that's a critique of domination coming from anywhere. It has always been a critique of domination. The reason it's a critique of domination is because Afrocentricity believes that all humans have equal dignity. And this comes from our tradition. It's our historical tradition. You know the story of Jetty? The story of Jetty, this is a great story. When the attendant to the king of Khufu, King Khufu, went to him and said, you know, there's a man in your kingdom who can cut a person's head off and reattach it. And Khufu, the king of Kemet, which the Greeks call Egypt, said, I want to see such a man. Bring him here. And they went and they found Jedi and they brought him to King Khufu. And Khufu said, Jedi, is it true that you can cut a person's head off and then reattach it? He said, yes, I can do that. He said, okay, I want my attendants to go get that prisoner that we have. Bring him up here. And then when he comes up here, I want you to cut his head off and reattach it. I want to see this with my own eyes. So they went and they brought the prisoner up. And Khufu said to Jedi, cut his head off. Here's the sword. And Jedi said, my lord, even a prisoner is a human. That's the first time in human history. Listen to this now. This is Afrocentric and true. The first time in human history, around 20, maybe 2,300 years before Jesus Christ, the first time in human history that a people identified human dignity as something worthy to be celebrated. It was African. Khufu was shocked, but Jedi said, he's a human being, I can't do that. He said, now I can do that goose over there. And he went and cut the head off the goose and put the head back on. But he couldn't do it with a human being. Because even though it is true that he had those abilities, it was not within the paradigm of African culture to do that. And he said, no, even a prisoner, the lowest that you have, is a human, and I cannot do it. But it's a critique of domination. It is a projection of Africans as subjects, not as objects, not as victims, but as subjects who are actors. And sometimes this I told you it was hidden. In Philadelphia, next year they're having the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence in America. But one of the things that I have always said is that there were Africans in Philadelphia during the time that they were declaring independence. There were Africans. What were those Africans thinking? What were they saying? And because we don't have written records, it's very hard to find. We know what the white people said. And we know that George Washington held enslaved Africans in his house in Philadelphia. And we know that two of them escaped, Hercules and Ona Judge. We know that existed. But what were they thinking when those white guys were meeting, talking about what they're going to do? So we have to imagine that Thomas Jefferson in there talking like he's talking, and he's sleeping with a 14-year-old black woman, girl. Who are these people? I'm sure the black people are the ones who cooked and the ones who were driving the buggies, the horses and the wagons and everything. They would say, who are these who are these people? I heard what he said. These are hypocrites. So the question of Africans as subjects, projection of Africans as subjects is important. There's a story that's told in the United States of Lewis and Clark exploring the western part of the United States from the 1830s going out west. You know who they took with them? A black man. You probably never heard his name. York. York was with Lewis and Clark. Why is York not significant in history when he was the most significant part of that party? Why? He spoke to the indigenous people with dignity. They loved him, they appreciated him, and everywhere they went, it was York that they sent out to talk to the chiefs of the indigenous people. He picked up the language of the indigenous people quicker than the whites, and then he killed a bear to save the lives of Clark and Lewis. York didn't tell us that. They wrote that in their diaries. You know, white people back in those days wrote a lot of diaries about how they saw things, right? So the only way we know about York's achievements, and they were probably even greater than that, was because those are the ones that the white people wrote about. So what happens to our history? What happens to the agency of Clark, or rather of York in this case, the agency of York, you know, when we don't hear that voice. So it's a theory of language liberation. It's a reordering of the symbols of enslavement. It's a new education. All these things are important. The next slide, please. I think. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, so, all right. So now okay. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Terminology to be. We don't worry about technical problems. We cool. We got it going on. Thank you. Yeah, we good. We good. Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna go quickly. All right. So these words to be avoided. Don't use the word hut. It has no meaning except in Europeans' notions of which are negative. Africans live in huts. No, you can't do that. You have no understanding what a compound is, so don't use the word hut. Because the word hut in the English language, and I've been in Britain and UK, and I've seen huts. I know that they talk about huts with the thatch roofs and all that stuff, but the idea in Europe and America about the hut is that it's a single room, and that's where Africans live. But in most African communities, there's what are called compounds. The so-called hut, and I always say, use the word that the people use themselves. When I was in Zimbabwe, I had to force some Africans. They said, no, you live in an imba. You call it's imba. That's what it is, not a hut, right? Because the European notion, because I know the European notion of the hut is negative. You have to understand that a one-room rendezvous is not a house in the concept of the European. That's just like you said you got a house with one bedroom. But in the African tradition, you can have many rendezvous, and then of course the kitchen is not in the same place with the bedroom. It could be outside. In fact, the guest room is not in the same room where the family lives. It could be another rendezvous, you see? So this gives you the concept of the compound. There are many places, but the European notion of the African living in a hut is that that's their house, not understanding the diversity of living spaces throughout the world, how people live, you see. The bathroom is not in the house in the same sense as in Canada. All the bedrooms, the kitchen, bathroom, they're all in the same building. But there are many buildings, you see, many spaces, important. Transatlantic slave trade, I never use that term. Can't use that term. The ocean never did anything to us. It was the European slave trade. And this is from an Afrocentric point of view. You have to say it's Europe, European slave trade, the trans-Sahara slave trade. People may have been brought across the Sahara, but it was the Arab slave trade. And if you don't say it's the Arab slave trade or the European slave trade, what happens in people's mind is that they think it was the African slave trade. It's not Africans. Africans were victims. It was European, that's their monstrosity. The Arabs, that's their monstrosity. Arab slave trade, European slave trade. Never transatlantic, never trans-Sahara. Tribe, never use the word tribe. Don't use, Afrocentrists don't use that. It's one of our things. You research, you write dissertations for Dr. Asante, no African tribes. Because Europe, again, this is another pejorative. This is making it a pejorative. It shouldn't be, but they make it a pejorative. But they speak of the French people. They don't say the French tribe. Even if they talk about antiquity, they would say the Gauls. And rarely do they say the Gaul tribe. You see what I'm saying? And this is the same with, we used to say, instead of saying the Germanic tribes, and because that was one time used, people just simply say Visigoths or Gothics, But we as African thinkers and people who now have our own agency must raise these questions and ask these questions. What does that mean? In most languages in Africa, you don't have this concept of tribe. People will ask you, what language do you hear? What is the language do you hear? You say, well, I hear tree. So then we can talk there. That's the language you hear. So it's very important that this imposition of tribe was what Europe did to the indigenous people in the Americas and in the South Pacific and in Africa. It's you have a people of 70 million Hausa people living in Nigeria, which is bigger than most European countries and nations. And instead of calling them a nation, you call them tribe? Well, what is the meaning of that? You got 70 million Hausa and you call them a tribe, but you call the Dutch. You see, no, just call them the Hausa. They are the Hausa nation, the Yoruba. You got 50 million Yoruba. Call them the Yoruba nation. It's a nation inside a nation, you see. But anyway, let's go quickly. Primitive, no use. Pygmy, no such thing. Pygmy. They're small statured people throughout the world. But in Africa, they have names. You can call people the Khoi, you can call people the Twa, the Mbuti. These are ethnic names. They're the names of nations, of people. But to say pygmy in a generic sense, I don't know who you're talking about. Who are the people? What language do they hear? The pygmy. There's no, so the Afrocentrist is very keen to understand and to hear these things. Sub-Saharan. People say sub-Saharan Africa. I never use that term. The Sahara is Africa. What are you talking about? The Sahara is in Africa. It is a part of Africa. And when you say sub-Saharan, are you, I mean, what are you trying? There's no line across the desert that says when you were in that place, you were in a different place, you're still in the same continent, Africa. So don't let people do that. Sub-Saharan is a way to try to divide and factionalize Africa. Black people live in the desert. I've seen them. They ride camels in the desert. They're, whether they're in Chad or Mali or southern Algeria or Morocco or Niger, that's the Sahara. People live there. And if you, so you have to have that understanding. Middle East is another one. There's no such thing as a Middle East. Middle to where? From where to where? What determines what's middle? And in fact, there is no such continent as Middle East. There's no country called Middle East. It is a way of defining Europe vis-a-vis China. Say, well, middle between China and Europe. But there's no thing like that. There is Northern Africa, and there is Southwest Asia. Israel and Palestine are in Southwest Asia. Egypt and Libya are in North Africa. Those are continents, Asia and Africa. A continent, Middle East, is a political entity. Okay. They say I can move this now, so move to the next. African family, as opposed to the nuclear family. Nuclear family meaning a man, a woman, and two children. But universal man, sometimes they use the word universal man, no such thing. Mainstream, no such thing. World history, and when they say world history, particularly in a global way, they're meaning what Europeans have done. Globalization, the domination of the West and the rest of the world. Those are concepts that have to be really, truly examined. Then the notion of religion. I'm going to go quick here. I know this. Religion is a very touchy subject, so I'm in Nova Scotia, so I know exactly where I am, right? So, but most religions are the deification of your ancestors. Is making sacred your own ancestors. If you are Arab, you make your ancestors sacred in Islam. You make your cities sacred, Mecca. You're Arab. You make your language sacred, Arabic. God only hears in Arabic. You see? That's religion. It's deifying your own history, deifying your own ancestors, you see? It's making your national history sacred. You say that this is the source. I mean, in the United States, the Mormons have done this with the city of Salt Lake City. You see, Mormonism, Utah is a sacred place for them because that's where deeds were done and things happened to their religious leaders. All religions have this notion of things that are sacred, and so they deify their nationalisms. You see. And then you seek to become like your God. If your God is blue-eyed, blonde, then you want to be that way. And if you're a Christian, sometimes that's what if you say angels, you think of white people with wings. You know what I mean? That kind of thing. And people, I'm telling you, it is all superstition, but it's okay because that's what people live. That's how people live. People live on superstitions. And then we claim that other people are superstitious, but we're superstitious too, you see? So our superstition is okay, but their superstition is bad, right? And they don't know what they're doing. They're just bad superstitions. But our superstition is fine because we know in our superstition that Jesus can walk on water. Now, you can't walk on water, and I can't walk on water, but Jesus can walk on water. We know that. See? That's our superstition. So we all have these superstitions, but I'm saying to you, and I think this is very important that we understand this, that even our appearance and our actions are often dictated by this. How we look, how we want to be. We have this. We are governed by these superstitions. But one of my friends, Edgar Ridley, who is one of the most brilliant thinkers I have ever met, and there are many brilliant thinkers, but Edgar wrote a book called The Golden Apple. And he says that the biggest problem in the world, he believes, is this neurological misadventure where human beings went into superstition. It's a neurological misadventure based on symbolisms. And you start moving around these symbols and you want to fight somebody over them. People get upset and say, oh no, my God is better than your God. And I'll prove it by killing you. You know, that's insane, but that's the way it is. When you fall into these superstitions, you become, they're irrational in the first place. You can't maintain that. We can't maintain that. Okay, let's go quickly here. Intellectual tradition. I did say I was going to talk about intellectual tradition quickly. Imhotep, you should know this name. The first significant intellectual in human history was a black man. His name was Imhotep. No multi-dimensional human exists before him in literature or in history. You cannot think of anybody. You don't know anybody before Imhotep. 2,600 years before Jesus Christ. That's longer than it is from us back to Jesus Christ. Because this is 25, we're in 2025. 2025. But that was 2,600 years before Jesus Christ. A black man wrote the Harvest Song. A black man built the first pyramid. Imhotep built the first pyramid. 2,600 years before Jesus, when Jesus was born, Jesus could look back and say, wow, those people in Africa, they built a pyramid 2,000 years before me. That's how great Imhotep was. And why is it that children in our schools don't know Imhotep in the first and second and third grade? Because they're trying to conceal your history, hide Africa's history, hide the African genius who created the first pyramid, which means he was an architect, he was a mathematician, a poet, a priest, and he was the first human that we know of, a human being who was later deified and worshiped. This is before Christ. Deified and worshiped as a god. A human being who lived on the earth. 700 years after his death, they worshiped him in a temple. That's history. Read my book, The History of Africa. It's fundamental. No. Ptah Hotep wrote one of the first books in the world. Patahotep Jeffy. And this is a philosophy. These are philosophers. Amenemhat. Look at all these. Merikari. Amenhotep, the son of Hapu, who is supposed to have known everything that there was to know. That's what they wrote about him. He knows everything there is to know. Ezana of Aksum in Ethiopia. One of the great kings and scholars. Hypatia of Rakotis. Hypatia, woman, mathematician, who was slain and killed by Christians because they thought that she had to be a witch for knowing so much mathematics. This is African history here. All these people lived in Africa. Plotinus of Kemet. He was so smart that people later, long after he died, claimed that he was really trying to follow Plato. They call him a Neoplatonist. Now Plato lived about at least 600 years before this man. He was not trying, he was an African. He never left Africa. Plotinus never left Africa. And yet they want to claim that, well, he was just really trying to follow Plato. That's again, sometimes what I call European thinking. Okay, fundamental classical texts. The pyramid texts, they're the oldest ancient Egyptian collected texts dating to the late Old Kingdom. They're the earliest known body of ancient Egyptian works. They dated from 2400 BC. The pyramid texts, those are texts that, and I've seen them, I've been in the pyramids and you can see them written all over the ceiling and the walls of the pyramids. And somebody collected them in a book. They call them the pyramid texts. They're the oldest texts. No, they are, the texts of ancient classical Africa are older and more comprehensive than the texts of Rome and Greece in the ancient world combined. You combine all of Rome and all of Greece and you won't have Kemet or Nubia. Kemet and Nubia. The two classical civilizations of Africa are Nubia and Kemet. The classical civilizations of Europe, Greece and Rome. The classical civilizations of Asia, China and India. But they've always tried to take your classical civilizations away from Africa. Oh, Africans don't have any writing. Wait a minute. Most of old Europe didn't have any writing either until Latin and the Greeks came and gave it to them. Come on, what are you talking about? Not every country creates writing. It's true in Asia too. Chinese is older than Japanese. And Japanese comes from Chinese, you see? So it's all, you can't, you have to ask yourself the question, why is it to try to diminish Africa? And Africa is a home, remember I started telling you, it's a home of Homo sapiens. Let's go quickly. Coffin texts. They're a collection of ancient texts written or found in the pyramids and on other tombs. They're in the coffins. And they're a collection of texts. This is the Book of the Dead, the name given to a set of texts written around 1500 BCE called the Book of the Coming Forth by Day and the Book of Going Forth by Night. This is an ancient book. And now I'll give you a few more and a few more here. I want to give you the canon, the idea of knowledge. We started with Ubuntu and Sankofa. I'm telling you, the Afrocentric epic canon includes the epic of Mwendo, the epic of Wenge, the epic of Sundiata, the Kebra Nagast, the epic of Liongo, the Salamaka, the Gazira's Lute, the Epic of Leonja, and I believe, and I've studied these, but I believe that there are dozens of other epics that I don't know anything about because I don't know those ethnic nations. I don't know all those nations, you see. But these are the nations. And then, of course, in addition to this, you have the great Yoruba text, the Odu Ifa. And the Odu Ifa is one that my son, every week, he and his family, they read one of the Odus and they discuss the meaning of the Odu for that week. 256 sacred Odus of the Yoruba people. It's an amazing book. Go get a copy. Get it from the library. Read the Odu Ifa. You read the Bible and the Quran, and we're talking about superstitions. Read the Odu Ifa. Ifa says that God requires of you one thing and one thing only. It is not wealth. It is not education. It is not fame. It is only Iwa Rere, good character. That's from the sacred text of the Yoruba people. God required, and what did I teach my children? Good character. I want you to make good grades, but I want you to have good character. I don't want you to become like a Trump, you know? I want you to have good character because good character will carry you throughout the world. Iwa Rere is good. All right, and now I'm ending. Pedagogy. Let's do pedagogy. We're in right here because this is our key point. Pedagogy here. Pedagogy. Always start, as you're going to teach, start at the origin. That's why I started with humanity, Homo sapiens. Start with that because that helps to put things in order for people. It really clarifies things. And then speak for one humanity. Speak for one humanity. You can talk about the differentiations that happen because of migration, mutation, the ice age and all that stuff. But the fundamental thing is we're all the same human beings, wherever we are. Emphasize ma'at. Ma'at is ethics, good character. That's what you teach the students. Situate the students in their own historical and cultural basis. And if you do that, I guarantee you will have reclaimed the African idea, and you will have reclaimed African intellectual tradition. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I extend a thank you on behalf of all of you to Dr. Asante. He just stepped out for a little bit. But please do take the time to ask questions throughout the break that you will be getting, and it's a break. I guess it's in your booklet as well, so you'll see that coming up. So I know many of you would try to get away from school today and all that, but we had a full lecture, a full session of learning today. The Ethiopian proverbs that says, he or she who learns teaches. So here is your opportunity to take the knowledge back into the spaces from which you came. We're going to continue with the program and follow through with a break. Just take that time to network and eat. I hope there's food. But take that time to rejuvenate, just a stretch.
such a rush, my baby, slow down, come find your love. I'm hoping you see me,
Check,
come serve it up.
check,
Loving when you
two.
stir it up.
Check,
Body
check,
belong on
check,
TV.
1, 2, check,
Oh, this
1, 2.
feeling I can hide. You're feeling up my mind, and I just don't know why.
No, so this is just a few pre-program start announcement, folks. First of all, I wanted to check, did you take time to share with someone where the washrooms were and all that, but they weren't here earlier? Please raise your hands if you did that assignment. Okay, I saw a couple of people. You'll get a good A+ mark there, miss. Okay. But I just wanted to say, like I said, a few things before. Keep chatting and keep enjoying your refreshments. Some folks had questions about the PowerPoints. The ones that will be available will be up on our website. And so there might be a general email we can send out to folks who registered or check on that site. And speaking of website, so in your small program booklet at the back, there is a QR code. If you click on that QR code, you can get an updated program booklet that has the bios of folks in it and photos where we've been able to access them, and some of the other pieces that are repeated in this one. And it's lovely. It's lovely done by our online tech team support and our support person who helped with the putting together of the book, Lindsay Rock. And then as in terms of technically getting it up online, our tech folks. I think those are the kind of in-between technical things that I wanted to say. I told you about the booklet. I test you and only a few passed. And then I also had the chance to talk about the PowerPoints. Okay, thank you. So I'll turn over to the main program, folks.
Okay, thank you. And now we'll be moving to our collective journeys, when we'll be having the BLAC Report, as well as the Bantu Education. So this is all that most of them were talking about, as moving towards sharing what happened with the BLAC Report, as well as during apartheid in South Africa. So I will be calling to the front Mr. Brad Barton, as well as Dr. Patrick Akembo, to join me in front for the panel discussion. And we also have one Professor Mavis Mulaudzi, who's in South Africa, who's going to be live online, virtually. If you can all join me in front. I think they've prepared these seats for you, although mine is a bit different. just a short introduction, maybe, or we run the introduction first, then we can start.
Yes.
It needs to be too Okay, thank you and welcome back. I would also like to indicate that the drumming was calling those who are still outside back so that we can start. I'm making it formal, but the drumming was calling everyone back. So please, if we can all come back and we stick to our time. While others are also coming back, I think we will be moving, and I think this session is clearly just providing our collective journey, which looks both at what had happened in this continent as also what happened in South Africa. So as I indicated, we have 3 speakers. Among the 3 speakers, we have Mr. Brad Barton. I'm using what I was told it's liked. I know the full name is Bradford, but I'm using what has been. That's fine. It's fine, yes. And we have Dr. Patrick Akembo and Prof. Pomorani Mavis Muraudzi from South Africa. So to start, I will just request our panelists. We'll start with Mr. Brad Barton to just give a brief about himself, just 1-2 minutes.
Testing. Can you hear me? Actually, I'm a relaxer now because I'm in a place with a lot of people I know. And I'm very pleased to see you here today because I know it's very difficult for us to come together for many things. And we have to do that. I'm thinking, reason why when somebody asked me about participating, I'm glad I said yes, but I know that sometimes I get too deep in relationship to things that I have to carry later. But, you know, I'm happy to be here because after the Delmo Buddy Day room is something that we needed. And I'm so glad to see you being occupied with a focus on Afrocentricity and with those of us who were born and raised in Nova Scotia, those of us who came from the Caribbean or from Africa. We want to make sure that we have those 3 and plus anybody else who want to be a part of it in a positive way to join with us. My first thing with the purpose of the presentation was to reflect on 30 years since the BLAC Report and until when it became public. First thing I want to say is that it's easy sometimes to visualize the timeline for things to become a reality. And I'm saying that to say, I know 30 years we had the BLAC Report. And I want to say that the BLAC Report to me, when I looked at those 3 volumes, they certainly had everything you needed to move ourselves as African Nova Scotians to another level. And so what I want to stress today that we cannot, it sounds like I'm missing back. Can you hear me all right? Yeah, I can hear a lot of, it's because we, Can you hear me now? Okay, yeah, gee, that was interfering with my thinking. You know, like when I came in here today to find a parking spot just like everybody else, late, running around, I didn't say hi to everybody that I knew. You know, you guys know that that's what I do. So don't feel that I was neglecting you. It's just that I was just focused and flustered in a way of getting things ready for today. I took a long time to decide to take this this chore, because when you volunteer in the African Nova Scotian community from one end of the province to the other, you take on a responsibility. And so I came from Jordantown, small black community, Cageville, Jordantown, Conway. And I remember the days when we went to segregated schools, right? Primary to grade 6. And actually, to be honest with you, the primary to grade 6 was a good time for me, because you know why? Everybody in the school I knew. So we were able to do that. Then when we moved to the junior high school, I see white faces all around you. And so at that time, I said to my father, they put me in this class that I know that I need to get out of it. My father has a quick temper. He went in to see the principal, and the next day I was moved to the academic course. So what I'm saying to you is that when you come from a small community and a small province, we all know each other. And so we need to come together as a unit, regardless of the personal role that you're playing. What I like about why I'm saying it's different from now compared to 30 years ago, is 30 years ago was a lot of emphasis of upgrading the confidence of African Nova Scotians. There's a lot of things happening with all kinds of organizations and structures. And so what was the chore we had, we start looking at this, the BLAC Report, is that we had to get all those structures, organizations together to be one, to make sure that when we are talking to the politicians, that we had to have a goal, a reason, and we have to have people in our organization to always be aware of what's taking place. Today, I value all the organizations that are in existence. I want to say, I know it's been very difficult for you. There's a change in the politicians. There's a change in how we are perceived. But I must say, you got to take advantage of the opportunity to join in with the politicians and our politicians, our persons working for the government. We must support them, and we must put together a way that we can communicate. So I'm glad we're having this today, because when I look at the case, I was a part of that, and so many other people in the room. And we had so many different categories of people, whether you was working for the school board, whether you were working for, you had all the people who were part of the case. So what it did, it gave us the privilege of knowing everybody in the community from Cape Breton down to Shelburne. They all knew what was going on. It wasn't something that was special, that kept secret. And so I say that to say, for the purpose of saying, we got to value the work, our Black people, our African Nova Scotian people, the people from the Caribbean and from Africa who became part of us. They all had their own associations. We used to go, a matter of fact, I know a lot of black women from here, married people from when they came to St. Mary's and all the parties and all that kind of stuff. And they would always understand their place and our place, so we all work together. I think that it's about time, after 30 years, that we do something again. And I say that to mean, it doesn't mean that we have to, you can't forget about us, the seniors. That's one point. I've been retired since 20 years, but I've been involved in a lot of organizations. So I do know what's going on, but I don't know it as I used to know it, because you don't know like you used to know it. You don't know what's going on. So I'm saying to us as a group that we should take the time as a result of this meeting to say commitment that we're going to take on Jack was another thing I'm going to, the BLAC Report. We take that together and we get individuals to prepare an avenue for us to work with the politicians. I'm going to say this, but we all need to have somebody as politicians and provincials or whatever to be on our side. Without any political reason for me saying it, other than to say to you, when we get somebody inside, we can have those persons working on behalf of us with the other politicians. And unless you get that kind of a working relationship, you are not going to get anything today. Today's world is different, completely different. I remember we used to just go down and march on a step and say, we're going to do this, we're going to go to the media and all that sort of thing. All those things was a means by which the government people start realizing. But when they start knowing what's going on and they start seeing evidence of collectiveness amongst ourselves, if we start seeing that the things moving from point A to point B, then they will get together. And we need to force the Premier and his staff to understand that they cannot and should not, and it should be discontinued, to put the pressure on our African Nova Scotian people who are working for the government. And that's not only the government, that's in schools too. It's all over. And so it makes it very difficult for us, I believe, to cohese and come together and work together. So I would say if we could get at the end of this meeting a commitment that we move forward and take advantage of the BLAC Report, because what it does, it tells you about where we were years and years and years ago, and we're in the same place now, years and years after, right? It tells about our parents, foreparents, how they women went and made protesting about their kids not getting a full opportunity. If you look at, people say, why do I keep dressing in suits? I'm old-fashioned, and you're not going to take it out of me, because I mean, and I'm not saying that I don't like what you wear, but I wear that too, but I don't necessarily wear when I come out. My point is that I am who I am. I'm leaving with you that if you need any kind of connection that's reasonable, you know, because I'll say that I'm going through one now that I'm doing because I want to do it for the community. And that's important, because we have to give direction to our community. They get sick and tired of being pushed aside by the school system, by the politicians, and whatever. So I could a lot more things I could say, but I'll stop there. If there's any questions, I'll answer it.
Thank you for the talk, and I think we do have a couple of minutes that we can allow just for a few questions, I think 3 at most, so that at least we can maintain the time provided.
You mentioned briefly when you were talking about the BLAC Report, the 3 volumes, and the importance of them, and the blueprint that it has for education, even today. It is still very, very relevant to what we're facing now. Do we know if these 3 volumes reside in every school, in every library throughout the province here of Nova Scotia?
I don't think so. So I think that's one of the tasks that we should put on the agenda. Where you look at this one here was the school board people, right? I'm telling you, arguments, but we all work together. And what happens, it's good to have like the school board people, for example, who goes back to the community, because each of them represented a community. The community goes through that person, and that person has to go back to us, and we have to go back to the whole community. And I think that's one of the things that's lacking. And we had all kinds of the ones with all the members that were there. There are a lot are not here now. And I can hear them now saying to it, get with it. That's what I'm saying, because I'm 80 years old now, and I don't know where I stand after, but what I want to do is that while I'm here, and I think everybody else that are here today who are at the age level, at the age time that they want to continue to help. So look at this, and I can look at them and I say to myself, all these ones in all areas of expertise, they put their lives on it to make sure we get it done. And so I'm challenging you now to let's do that, regardless of your BEA or whatever number of the organizations we have. All of us just get together and do it.
Thank you. I think I saw a couple of hands, unless if the questions were related to the question that came. Do we have another hand? Okay, I think you touched also on the question that I wanted to put on the table, which was looking at to say, what do we do with the nowadays generation to take over what you just presented? Because I think somewhere, somehow, we really need to start engaging and taking forward the legacy that you've started, so that at least the nowadays generation can take it forward and ensure the same is continued.
We just happen to be at Demo Buddy Day, but Demo Buddy is hosting this. I had to take a long time to see what's going on. Why am I going to do this? But the Demo Buddy Day is hosting this. All the other organizations are here. So that gives all of us here a chance to become one, thinking along the same lines. That's all it is. It's not that difficult. It really is not that difficult. For us who grew up in the communities and way back, we've learned a lot in our little small communities across the province. And so we bring to ourselves, to the organization, everything we learned as being from Beachville to wherever it is in Cape Breton, Anacadiz, Guysborough. We've been in all those communities, like the Black Educators Association and other Black organizations. They've been into all those communities, finding out what are the needs for those communities and how we can work together. So I think it's just a matter of us getting people from this group and opening up to other groups to see how we can sit down and talk in a professional way, how we can design an attack of what we need to do, and to contact those people who are in positions of power privately to get them to the point to circulate amongst the rest of them. And so we start moving together. So people say, how are you going to get the money? See, there are things you have to do first before you get the money. And I'm telling you, when Case and before Case, we had the beginning discussions. We had to sit down, design a plan, and have that plan made public so people know. So I think, from my point of view, that's where we go. That's why this gentleman and Robert Upshaw, they were the ones that really did the work inside inside of the Department of Education. When they said, the Department of Education said that organization is going to be in their building. You know what we did as Black people? We said, what do you mean? We want it in our building. But I'll tell you the truth, I'm glad I went there inside, because they saw everything taking place inside the building. They were able at that time to go into the offices of the deputy ministers, and we would have meetings there in that building. So we, as Case and other organizations, other structures, there's so many structures along the way, we were able to use that education department building to go to the mayor, to premier or whatever. And that's what I'm saying that we need to start to look at.
All right, thank you.
You don't have to applaud, you know.
Yeah, thank you. I think we were just on the element of just getting the history of the BLAC Report. And I think we've been given the task that we need to take forward and then ensure that we really do something about the issue at hand. And without any waste of time, I think I'll be moving to Dr. Kakembo just to give us the BLAC excellence and research. We'll start by just a short introduction, then we can carry on. Thank you.
Testing. Good morning, everyone. My name is Patrick Kakembo, and I see a lot of young people who might not know who I am, so I'll just make it very brief. I was invited by the BLSC in 1992 to join the research team as the Director of Research and Field Operations. And working with the BLSC, the Black Learners Advisory Committee, we were able to put together a research team, a research strategy, and process. I'm not going to discuss the process. I'm going to focus on the importance of this report and why it has been very critical in the struggle for improving education for African Nova Scotians. One was that the BLSC was very clear that the community be part and center of the research. That the community voices, community wisdom be part of that. So when I was invited, they said, Patrick, you take this on. So I became Director of Research and Field Operations, which extended beyond research, and I'll explain why field operations was added. 4 years later, I was asked with Robert Upshaw and tasked to implement what the BLC had recommended. So I joined with Mr. Upshaw as the founding members of the African Canadian Services Division, where I worked until 2 years ago when I retired. So my comments will reflect some experience in implementing the recommendations of this report. And as Mr. Button has indicated, there is something you learn when you are inside. And you learn how research gets translated into policy, and how you turn research into programs, and how you deal with what we call internal resistance. To start with, the BLAC Report was in 3 volumes, but very important for those who haven't seen these volumes in print is that it is called the BLAC Report on Education, but under it is a tagline, which was the mission of the BLC: redressing inequities and empowering Black learners. If you can take that, then you know what the BLAC Report is all about. It's redressing inequities in education, in the political, economic, and all aspects of life for Black Nova Scotians. But more important, empowering Black learners, empowering Black parents, empowering the Black community. That was put there specifically so that the mission is clear, and I believe that mission has not changed. It is redressing the inequities and empowering the community, the parents, the teachers, Black learners, and society at large. Now, the context of the research is important. When you start a research, you have to have very clear questions. First of all, why are you doing the research? What problems are you trying to address? And the BLS was also very clear. They put the context on the cover so that we don't forget what led to that research, what were the issues being addressed. And if you look at the back there, you'll see every aspect of that sets up the context. The discrimination, the systemic racism, the lack of opportunities, the pushing out of students from the system, and so on and so on. Everything is at the cover, at the back. So that set the context. Now, this volume is critical. The research was 3 volumes, but in the context that volume 2 was the evidence. What evidence do you have? Research is about collecting the evidence. We collected evidence from every community, from thousands of students, parents, teachers, and so on. And that is all in volume 2. What is your evidence? When you make statements, Black learners are not doing well, what is the evidence? They are being denied opportunities, what is the evidence? Where is it? And until 1992, there was no concrete document that documented the evidence. There were qualitative research. We needed some quantitative research. And I'm going to say this probably 3 times, but this institute has to focus on quantitative research. Policymakers, yes, they like stories, but they want that quantitative evidence as well. So we need to be able to do our qualitative research, but also make sure we have quantitative research. So volume 3 has quantitative research. And this volume is the executive summary. which sets up the mission, the vision, and the action plan. This is the action plan. So as people in the department, Mr. Robert Upshaw is there, and I see Paul, who is now doing this work. This was our action plan. You went there and said, recommendation number 2, what am I supposed to do? What are we supposed to do to implement that recommendation? The BLC had been very strategic in laying out every action with what needs to be done. And more importantly, when the report was being presented, BLC was strategic that they requested the minister and the deputy minister not to release the report until they had seen the response of the minister. As far as I know, this is the only report from the Black community that had been or has been negotiated, where the community negotiated the response with the minister. And what I learned from that process, which was, I recall, Mr. Bradley will say, and Sheila was there, at one meeting with the Minister of Education and the Minister, not sure what Mr. Adams was at that time, Natural Resources, I believe, but he was brought in. And the minister had drafted a response where he says, we agree in principle. We support this action in principle. And I believe, I remember Ms. Caroline Thomas pounding the table, said the minister, I don't want to see anything with agree in principle or we support in principle. I want you to say, we will do this. And if you read the minister's response, it says, we shall and we will. There's no saying we agree or we support this in principle. And that was because the committee had been very strategic in making sure that that response was actually redrafted. So the significance of this report was that it was done with the qualitative, with the community participation. The committee had, from the very beginning, chose to use participatory action research. And participatory action research simply means that as you investigate, as you discuss the issues, as you try to address the questions and find answers, when an action is recommended to address those problems, you don't put them off. You start working on the solution. You start implementing some of the recommendations. So that's why during the research process, we started setting up the Regional Educators Program. Before the report was presented, research had indicated we needed a cultural and academic enrichment program. So we started piloting it, as they say. We started test driving the cultural academic enrichment in certain communities. When said we needed to develop curriculum that reflected the African Nova Scotian experience and history, we started developing that curriculum and test driving it in certain schools. So if there was anything that was recommended during the research, whether it is parent education committees, we said, let's test it and set them up instead of waiting to the end of the research. So that's what participatory action research means. You take action as you look again, as you look at the issues, as people discuss those issues, you start taking action. And this has probably been one of the successes of the report. The other aspect of this report was that during the 4 years of research, there was a lot of interaction with government officials, with the deputy minister, with the minister. CASE, or the BLS at that time, was meeting with the minister every 2 months to update him on what was going on. There was a relationship that developed between CASE members or BLSC members and the government officials at that time. Why is that important? When you do a research, what we call applied research like this is not an academic paper for publication in the journals. It was research to be implemented in real world situations to impact real lives. If you do research that is going to influence decisions, if you do research that you hope to impact the system, you must build partnerships. You must find people within the system you're trying to change to believe in the research. They have to start looking at issues from the point of the evidence you are presenting. So by trying to build out those relationships, and those relationships developed, you start building influence within the system. The research is useless if you do not have influence within the system. You have to find people who will help you, what you call, communicate, interpret, and implement. So that was critical. That's why BLSC took 4 years, building partnerships, building relationships, finding people who would commit to implement the recommendations. And I would say this, Mr. Day at that time was a sergeant at arms, had a very strategic role. He had access to the ministers. He had access to the premier. And I believe at one time, the chair got mad at him because he leaked the report to the minister before it was supposed to be published strategically. So the minister saw the report and started panicking and called a meeting of the BLSC, which was actually very good in that sense that he now was alerted to what was coming. But that type of influence, where you could walk in and say, Mr. Minister, this has to be done. We need you to commit to this. That is what Mr. Brad Barton is saying. You need to build that relationships with the MLAs, with the ministers, MLAs of all parties. Doesn't have to be the government side. It can be the opposition that is pushing your report forward, your issues forward. Any politician that you meet, make them aware of the needs of the Black community. But for them to be able to push a policy through, they need evidence. Evidence-based decision-making. In academic circles, they call it research-based. But in the government, they call it evidence. Where is the evidence? Because every time you propose a policy change, you have to back it up. What does research say? Does it work? What works? So if you get to that what works and that research doesn't back it up, then they're going to say, well, we don't believe this works. And there are times when I recommend this and you find resistance. Some of my friends, colleagues, directors will say, but Patrick, where's the evidence? Do you have any evidence to support what you're saying? So research is very critical if you need to influence policy makers, decision makers at every level of the education system. Part of the success of this report was that from the very beginning, CASE at BLSC designed a strategy whereby we would present this research to every school board, where we had this research presented to teachers' conference, professional development days, so that the message could seep through to the practitioners, because not just the decision makers, the policy makers, the practitioner is key too, the teacher in the classroom. If they do not change the way they teach, if they do not change the way they select the learning resources, then what you are suggesting is not going to work because it doesn't reach the student. So for this research to impact on the practices of the teachers in the classroom, the administrators in the schools, you had to, what you call, communicate this research to them, interpret it, help them understand what you are saying. and then refer them to the evidence that is in those volumes. So I believe that the BLSC and the case that followed up did a wonderful job in laying out an action plan. And this is very critical because sometimes we hire consultants and say, give us a report, give us, they do an analysis, but there's no action plan. And the implementers of this are gonna say, what am I supposed to do now? You said, go do this, what am I supposed to do? But if it is laid out step by step as it was done in this volume, then it is very easy for me as a director of the African Canadian Services to go to the minister and say, this year we are doing recommendation 3 and 4, and this is what I'm going to do, because this is what the report says I should do. Now, one of the challenges in terms of, we can always say 30 years later, have things changed? What has been the impact? Has the vision been realized? In some areas, yes, but in many areas, no. And I'll, not to give an excuse, but to explain. If you are, let's say, take the example of baking a cake, and you are supposed to put in, baking powder 2 spoons, but you put in a half a spoon. You're supposed to have 3 spoons of, sugar, and you put in 1. You're supposed to have 5 eggs, but you put in 2. And then you bake your cake and say, this cake didn't come out right. It doesn't taste the way because you did not follow the recipe. The BLAC report recommended that to implement this report in full at that particular time, the government needed to invest $8 million. At that time, it would probably today be to about $25 million, today's currency and funds. What happened is that 96, the office opens, African Canadian Services, Mr. Upshaw, Patrick, and the team, you're going to implement these recommendations. Out of 8 million, you get 1.2 million. The following year, you get another 200,000. The following year, you get another 300. So you are about 1.8 million. Yeah, 3 years. Government says, well, you've been doing this for 3 years. We need to evaluate to see if things are working. Now, you said it's going to take 8 million. You have given me 1.8 million, and you are now expecting to have results. So this continued to happen with every program. If it's the Regional Educators Program, it's going to cost $1 million. We give you 300,000. Then you call in an external expert to come and evaluate that program before it is fully cooked or fully funded. So that's part of the challenges of implementation of government policies. When you put somebody in that position, say, Paul, what have you been doing? Nothing is working. But Paul is not going to go to the committee and give an excuse and say, well, we asked for $2 million for the culture academic enrichment, but we only get 800,000. You have to do what you have. I mean, you use what you have to do what you have. And that has been the challenge. I think that to some extent explains, yes, we have made progress, but we have not accomplished or achieved the vision of the BLAC report. And you need, Mr. Brad Barton has mentioned, we need to have people who are committed to keep on pushing for results. And that can only be done by working together, by the institutions that this report foresaw. Every group that is in here, in this room, or that is not even present, is written in here. The BLAC Learners Advisory Committee became a case. Now, that was deliberate, because normally when a government set up a committee to do research or an investigation, it is disbanded the date it submits the report. And then there's nobody to push, to ask for, where is your commitment? What are you going to do? So BLSC wrote itself in the plan to make sure they will continue to advocate and push for results. The institute was put in there to continue the research that had started here, collecting evidence, following up, asking questions, and doing program evaluation. If we ask the department to evaluate, now the department, of course, sometimes is scared of the institute evaluating what they were doing in the schools. And sometimes it's just what you call human nature. I can say this because I'm retired. They can't fire me anymore. Part of the struggle over as I was there, the institute was asking for access to data, student information. How are students doing? We can track them. We actually fought to have the Human Rights Commission give permission to boards to collect race-based data, or data, whatever you call it. School boards said, we can't collect it. We don't have the mechanism. We can't tell the parents. We can't tell who is black. Which students are we going to ask? So there were excuses to do that, not to collect the data. But once the data was available, because eventually they collected it, the fear was that the community is going to use that data to beat us on our heads. They're going to use it against us. So that was the main resistance for not providing the data to the institute to be able to analyze and give an independent evaluation of what was happening. If we give it to them and it's bad, they're going to use it against us. So the thing is, deny them, they keep them running around and say, we want this, we want that, we want that. And using the excuse that we have to protect the privacy of our students. So there are different ways of delaying the implementation and certainly undermining the progress of the goals of the BLAC report by saying, we need more studies, we need more evidence. Maybe the report is too old, things have changed, Patrick. Let's do another study. And then there's no money to do the study. Or if there's a study to be done, then we're gonna, why don't we call, Dr. Enid Lee? We have some 25,000 to come and do an evaluation. And for 25,000, it means about 3 weeks of research. And then submit another report. But that report doesn't have an action plan. It's just saying, we think this program is working, but this program is not working very well. The government needs to do more. More what? So I can stop there, and if you have any questions. Thank you.
No, thank you. I was about to say, we can begin to wrap up. I have about 5 minutes. That is on my watch. If we have any engagement or questions or comment, you can just show by raise of hand so that at least we can engage with the presenter. Thank you.
Hopefully this isn't an ignorant question, but I was just wondering how would we be able to access like the full 3 volumes of the BLAC report?
They are on the internet.
Online? Okay.
I believe they were downloaded by the BLAC Culture Center.
Okay.
So they should be available.
Okay, thank you.
I don't think you need a password.
Okay, I see another hand on the other side.
Thank you. This question is to both of you. Can you help us understand in a very high-level way, but also practical, about the human rights implications of the BLAC report and where we stand today in terms of the inequities among Black learners?
Well, I just think that we have to start all over. I think if we wanted to just transition from where we were to where we are now, I think it's too much to expect. Because I'm looking in this room, look at all the young people here. I'm so pleased to see the youth participating at this level. And so you will make a difference. But you need guidance, so we will be there to help. But the one thing they could do is to have CASE be responsible to the community as opposed to the Department of Education. That's a recommendation I have, because once they took it over from the communities, it eliminated our power. So if you do it inside, you can't, the staff, and so many changes there too, right? I would say you got to give CASE back to the community.
I'm not sure about the human rights aspect of it, but I will say again, we need to track the progress of our students. It's one thing to have them enter the system and have them graduate and don't know where they are. The Negro College Fund in Virginia, I believe, they have what they call the Patterson Institute. And at any one time, they can tell you how many African Americans are in medical school. They can tell you how many African Americans are in the third year law school. They track the students. They work with the Department of Education, the US Department of Education, in sharing this data, and the universities. Now, I believe we went with the Calvin to the Nova Scotia Community College, and they will tell you how many African Nova Scotian students have applied to enter the community college by program. They knew the numbers and how many have been accepted. They can track them, how many have actually showed up. We need as an institute to do that type of research. We have students now going to medical school, to pharmacy, to engineering, even veterinary medicine. We don't know who they are. Do you? If we are going to progress as a community, we need to track these students, follow them, and invite them back to be part of the next leadership. Mr. Brad Barton is leaving. He wants to quit and say, I'm retired now. Sheila wants to retire. Melinda wants to retire. We need the next generation of leadership, people who can commit to BEA, to BLSC for the next 30 years. Sheila, I think, was with BA for 40 years. I'm not sure. But there are people who I really admire for their commitment to education in this community. She's not even a teacher, but she was there at every meeting for 40 years. So we need that type of commitment if we need to push forward. We have made great progress, and I'm proud of the progress we have made. But unfortunately, some of the communities don't even know that we have made that progress because we are not publishing the results. It is one thing if you come to me as a policymaker and say, oh, but things are worse than they were 20 years ago. Things are, give us more money because things are actually really bad, worse than they were 10 years ago. Now, that works for the NSTU because they can strike. It doesn't work for us as a community. You need to show me that the money I'm giving you is actually having a positive impact. If it is not having positive impact, why should I give you more? If you are telling me you have given us 100 million over the last 20 years and things are worse, surely that's not a justification for getting more. So we need to show the progress. We need to publish and quantify the progress we have made. And I challenge this institute to do that.
Yeah, we have some questions online.
Online. Okay.
Hi, thank you for being here.
She's online.
So I have some questions from the online learners here with us today. So the first one is from Rachel Labize. Was there a capacity building project for the teachers to change their teaching methodologies?
Is it the only one question?
There's two more questions.
Maybe let's have both,
Cool.
so they can answer it one.
Archie Beals says, I am interested to know when was the last report to the community on the implementations on the recommendations? How many of the recommendations have been implemented, and has the BLAC report been beneficial to dismantling the inequality in the system for the African Nova Scotian community? The third question, is there a place for legal, that one is from Thomas Henderson. Is there a place for legal response to the lack of progress towards the education system more equitable for our learners? And lastly, Barb Hamilton Hinch says, please let Dr. Kakimbo know that we do track our students in all of our programs at DAL, including the ANS and BLAC students. Archie Beals says it should not have taken us another 30 years. What has the progress been?
Yeah, okay.
I have no answers to those questions, and that's why I'm turning it over to you.
I can answer about the teacher professional development. That has been part of the program that the African Youth Services has done. Sylvia Paris used to do that when she was with us before she left. Paul, Mr. Psho, who's here, is going to be speaking next. Melinda Day, they have all participated in professional development for teachers, making sure that the teachers not only know about the BLAC report, but they are trying to change their practices. Part of the responsibility for the African Health Services was to make sure there is an injection of new curriculum materials, learning resources, and methodology in the classrooms across the province. So yes, there has been an effort to change the way teachers look at the BLAC students and also to change their practices in the classroom. In terms of DAL tracking students, yes, we appreciate that, and we hope that you can share that data with the Institute as well.
Okay, thank you. I think they did their best to respond. Yes. Thanks a lot. I think now we just have one more speaker. I'm not sure if online, the virtual one is already in, so that we can move to that. I think we are well within our time.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Is there any feedback regarding the speaker, on virtual speaker?
I am ready, Prof, waiting to be told when to start. Good evening. Can you hear me?
It's in progress. Okay. Yeah,
Good
I think
evening,
both of
Prof.
them, the legal question, I'm not sure if you have any answer to the legal question. Yeah. Huh? Yona, I think I saw it as the question was being read, or there was a lot of, Yeah, because it will need those specific to the legal matters. Oh, okay. I think the virtual speaker is here. We have Prof. Pumurani Mavis Muraudzi from South Africa, who I will request if she can just show face so that even the participants here and delegates can be able to see the face of the presenter. If we can just request.
Good evening, Prof. Are you able to hear me? Are you able to see me?
Yes, we happily see you. And then we wanted you to just greet the delegates, and then after that, you can go back to your presentation.
Thank you very much. I will now go back to my presentation. I just wanted everyone to see my face. Thank you very much for inviting me to be part of this discussion. Already, I feel like I made a mistake of not being there because I'm finding the presentations of all the speakers that have spoken before me very interesting and very stimulating. I am going to address the issue of defined limits, a personal reflection of overcoming Bantu education. As we all know, Bantu education stemmed from our apartheid regime, which started in 1948, where there were issues of racial segregation, separate living areas, pass laws, and separate facilities and education. So in 1953, Bantu education started to ensure that there is a segregation of schools and also to promote white supremacy. I would ask my assistants there to start moving my slides. Next slide, please. My presentation outline, I will talk about acknowledgement of oppression, impact of Employment Equity Act 1998, and the survival strategies based on Freire's theory of liberation. I think I will start by giving a brief background. Proceed. Can we go to another slide? Just a brief background of I started school in 1968. And during that particular time, it was really very difficult. Our schools were in rural areas. We didn't even have a toilet at that particular school. And most of us would be under the tree because we didn't even have buildings. So for us, it was really very difficult to be in those positions. But today, I just want to reflect on that and also mainly to tell you the stories and how that has impacted on us. When we went to those schools, we didn't have food. Some of us, I remember when I was going to school, it was the time that at the school they were offering food, they were offering soup. That is what attracted us to the school. Unfortunately, the end of 1968, they stopped giving us the food. But what is really important is that today I want to reflect back and say they did all that, but honestly, that was issues of ensuring that there is intellectual oppression. but we have survived that. Some of us today look back and say, where exactly did I start? And look at our background, and we become surprised as to how did we survive all those things. So I would like to also share the survival strategies with you so that you can know that in 1994, there was a democracy. The first president was Nelson Mandela, as we all know, but there is a lot that has happened till now. So I'll just focus mainly on my nursing profession. As we grew, the two professions that were really popular for a girl child was nursing and being a teacher. So those were two popular um, professions. Could you kindly go back to the previous slide? Yeah, in this slide, I just wanted to introduce to you what the then National Party, what they thought when they were introducing Bantu education. What is it that they wanted to really benefit out of it? And I'm quoting what was said on the 7th of June in 1954, when there was a debate in Parliament. And then it was said, there's no place for him, the black person, in the European community above the level of certain forms of labor. For that reason, it is of no value for him to receive a training which has as its aim absorption into the European community. Until now, he has been subjected to a school system which drew him away from his own community and misled him by showing him the green pastures of European society in which he was not allowed to graze. What is the use of teaching a Bantu child mathematics when she cannot use it? So this was what was said at that particular time. So some of us who got this information earlier, during the time that we were fighting for freedom, during the time that we were taught by our elders in secrets about everything that has happened in South Africa, we took this into heart to say, if they think that we are not going to succeed, if they think that they are going to oppress us through Bantu education, we have to find a way of ensuring that we succeed. I remember very well when we were in a nursing college and we would sneak to go to the meetings for ensuring that the political meetings. And we were always telling ourselves that we need to study harder because we know that one day Mandela will be out. And we would like to have people that is going to ensure that he deploys. So we have to be deployed in critical positions. And one of the critical positions that we looked at was in issues of education. How do we penetrate the system in education? And so I will unpack our survival strategies as we navigate the oppressive system after democracy to endure intellectual freedom. Let's pass. Next slide. One of the things that really made us survive is to read. Reading is very important. I'm hearing the previous speaker was talking about the BLAC Report and how important it is to understand what is in that particular report. So for us, it was issues of reading. You know, reading books like Ngugi wa Thiong'o, Decolonization of the Mind. Reading books like Steve Biko, I Write What I Like. Reading authors like Freire about the oppression. All those things really helped us to sort of like nurture our minds and be critical thinkers. And the first thing that Freire says is that for you to be able to understand that your mind is decolonized, is to be conscientized and to be able to understand what really apartheid, what Bantu education did to our own minds. If you, that quotation that I have said, they said that we will separate, we have already separated her from her own people. So when you are educated, you are made to feel like you are superior to the other people that you live with in the community, from the Black community. So those are the things that we need to be conscious about, and really being able to recognize and acknowledge that if I am a Black person, wherever I'm placed there to continue with the struggle, because the struggle is still there. The struggle has not ended with 1994 when we received our democracy. It is something that we are faced with every day. So the other thing that really assisted in South Africa, there was the issues of truth and reconciliation. I always say, as nurses, we miss that opportunity to talk about the atrocities that we faced as a profession, because even in our profession, there was segregation. We didn't have the opportunities to study at universities for our basic degrees. The universities were for the white girls, while we were supposed to train diploma. It was really a way of ensuring that the whiteness of nursing is continuous by ensuring that they are trained as leaders, they are trained as educators, they are trained as researchers, while we are trained as clinicians that are supposed to remain in the wards, but at basic level, not leadership level. So in 1998, there was an Employment Equity Act, and this act really helps a lot. It was a policy designed to address past inequities caused by apartheid and to create equal opportunities for everyone. And that act forced the majority of white institutions to appoint Black lecturers at universities, hospitals, as well as to admit those students that are Black. As I've already said, that they were not allowed to study at white, what we still call previously white universities. So when the Employment Equity Act of 1998 was passed, it forced everyone to start looking at how are we going to ensure that we are really making sure that we appoint these people. And as the previous speaker has said, there are so many mechanisms that have been put in place to ensure that Employment Equity Act is addressed in many institutions. However, there are so many ways that people are doing to ensure that they beat the system and they do not do what is expected. Let's pass. Next slide. This is just to give you the impact of the Employment Equity Act of 1988 and what we have experienced. I don't know whether I was fortunate or unfortunate. The rest of my 35 years of my profession, I was working at previously white universities. I've worked at 3 of them. I worked at the University of South Africa, University of Pretoria, and University of Northwest Potchefstroom campus. And that really was something that was very challenging. When you arrived there at those universities, they have employed you to ensure that there is Employment Equity Act. You may be qualified as I had masters by that particular time, but my color was not good enough. So when you arrived there, you felt lonely and confused because of the culture of that particular institution and the way the students were also as they would, their perception of you really affected you so much. Indeed, there was whiteness and even the issue of appointing Black students. It was really something that was not there. The issues of selection of the students, you could see that the Black students are really marginalized in many ways. Even the administrative staff will not really give you the respect that you deserve. They didn't understand. They would go and make photocopies for other lecturers, but when it was time for them to make photocopies for you, they didn't understand and they didn't want to do it. And the system was not protecting you at all. The colleagues will be undermining you as a Black lecturer. And that really eroded your self-esteem. You have to find ways of how exactly are we going to survive in environment like this. The students will question you time and again. I remember I had to put Africans transparencies when I was teaching those children. And unfortunately enough for me, in 1976, when there was an uprising to say to where the students were saying they do not want to be taught in Afrikaans any longer, I was just starting my secondary education. I was in Form 1, so I didn't have the privilege of knowing that language fluently. But the system forced me to say, you have to put the Africans transparencies. Yes, it was not everyone who was really that bad. There were some of the colleagues who really supported me. I remember a colleague who would give me those white textbook and teach me how to at least make summaries of subheadings so that I can have transparencies that are in Afrikaans. So it was really not easy. And the other thing that was really that kept me there to date, I'm still in a previously white universities. It was to advocate for Black students. Because you would tell yourself, yes, I am qualified, I can leave this institution and go to another previously Black university where I know I will prosper and I will be promoted very fast. But if I leave this institution, what happens to these young students that are coming in here? What happens to the future of these young ones? Because we are here to protect them. We are here to ensure that there is safety. We are also here to be their mouthpiece, for we need some of the selection measures that are being used here or instruments to be changed so that they can accept a Black child. I remember in the medical students were not supposed to be admitted if they do not have what is called sporting scores. They should be involved in sport. They should be involved in debates. And I would argue that, but our schools do not have those tennis courts. Our schools do not even have sports grounds. Where exactly are you expecting these kids to do sports? So how can we use this type of a measure to ensure that the students are admitted in medical schools? So it's those issues that were really very critical for us too. And these are still, some of these things are still happening today. It is us who really need to ensure that there are changes. Let's proceed. the inequalities in the type of curriculum that we were teaching. The curriculums that we have, we also have to challenge them. Even now, we are still not succeeding. There is lack of African philosophies and cultural beliefs. The type of curriculum that we teach, indeed, it separates us from the people that we serve, because we teach nursing in a European or a monolithic way of looking at health. And we exclude the people that we are serving. It doesn't include their cultural beliefs. And it's those issues that we have tackled with. To date, there are a few changes there and there, but we still have not won, the struggle. We need to continue to ensure that the cultural beliefs are embedded in the curriculum. And we also need to start challenging the white supremacy and the white way of doing things that are embedded in our curriculum, and we do not see where we fit in. The exclusion of traditional health practitioners, where we continue to see our healthcare system being monolithic, when we are quite aware of the fact that 80% of our patients go and see traditional health practitioners before they come to our hospitals. To date, we are still struggling with the issue of the Traditional Health Practitioner Act of 2007, which was promulgated. However, the way it is supposed to be implemented, you realize that it is still implemented based on the European way of seeing things. And for example, we want the traditional health practitioners to be trained. We want them to have certificate. We would also want them to belong in a board. They must have the board of traditional health practitioners. But that is the way we view education, and that is not the way the traditional health practitioners view their education and their certification. Let's pass. Next slide, please. What were the strategies for survival? What are the strategies that we can use? Here I looked at Freire's theory of liberation and thought about issues of building intellectual resistance, gaining understanding of our surroundings, and planning how are we going to navigate. And we definitely have to find ways of how do we sacrifice. The previous speaker was talking about the number of the students that get into colleges, that get into universities. We have to be the ones that are fighting. Where do they go and where are they at this particular moment? Strengthening our values and finding ways of ensuring that we develop endurance and resilience. And we also have to embrace challenges, seek opportunities, and adapt to survival strategies. Next slide, please.
I'm giving you
Next
3
slide,
more
please.
minutes.
Yeah. I'm just about to finish, but you are delaying me with moving my slides.
Let's continue.
Okay, humanization is also one of the survival strategies that we can also look at. How do we ensure that despite everything that we are doing, we uphold human dignity and we make sure that our people are free from oppression. Let us also ensure that we challenge the regurgitation of Western knowledge that was imposed on us, which often prove irrelevant to our local context. Next slide, please. Even the issues of African epistemologies and philosophies, such as Ubuntu, how do we put them into our own curriculum? Those are the survival strategies that we need to start using. Dialogue. We as Africans are people who construct knowledge through dialogue. How are we going to ensure that those are things that we put as part of our curriculum? How do we promote knowledge transmission? How do we use research method such as participatory methods, and how do we also ensure that in our education we promote issues like dialogical and reciprocal learning? Proceed. The cultural clubs, I think that is also one thing that really, if I say we have survived this, we used this a lot. We used the principles of Ubuntu, of solidarity and collectivism. We would work in groups to ensure that we are promoted. We would write articles in group and ensure that we promote each other and we support each other. Next slide. The other thing that was really very important, turning pain into power. It was painful, and it is still painful to work in those universities. But the pain that you have, if you turn it into power, you will really survive. And turning it into power is, I always say, you work 3 times or 4 times more than the other groups to ensure that you succeed. Let's pass. In conclusion, I think what we need to do is to ensure that we uplift ourselves, because they could not keep us down forever. They tried to, but together we stood up against intellectual oppression and slavery. We ensured that we use collectivism and solidarity. We are still using it to ensure that we succeed. So for us, Ubuntu is not just a philosophy.
Did we lose you? Prof?
Yeah, that is, thank you, Prof. Makado, and thank you everyone for listening to me. And thank you for giving me this opportunity to just reflect on how I turned my pain into power. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, you should have repeated the wording that you have written there so that they know what it means. But Ndoribu, it means thank you. It's a Venda language. It's part of Limpopo province in South Africa, just next to Zimbabwe. So that's where the vendors are. So, Prof, wanted to just invite, I know we have entered into people's lunch. And while we have done that, I think I will just allow a question or two so that at least we don't get too much into people's lunch. They said you don't want to mess with a hungry person. So I'm trying to limit that aspect. So do we have any question to our previous speaker? Or comment? It seems we are clear for lunch. Unless if you have something, Mama Sylvia. Please, it seems there is no hand. And thank you, Prof. Mlauzi, for the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I had this, I guess I'll call it an energy moment when I was talking to Dr. Asante, and I was saying, oh my goodness, like the intentionality is what has been done to us as a peoples across the world, because that story, it could have been supplemented here, and our story could have been supplemented there. And so thank you to the folks who at this point have talked to us very intentionally about relationships we have with each other, how we care with each other, have talked to us about being intentional about addressing institutions and systems. And for the folks who are in those institutions and systems, I want you to hear, we are not speaking about individuals, because things were just at an individual level, we probably would have been through it a long time ago. They are so embedded in structure, like that quote about the fish in the water, you don't see it, but you need to take up the opportunity to reflect, navel gaze, and say what is inside the systems and the structures that is able to continue on. I'm going to do two other things before I get to tell you what you really want to know is where's lunch. So I want to first say that we acknowledge that we're privileged to have some of the folks from the BLAC Advisory Committee structure here. We've acknowledged Melinda Day, who, there she is, originally, and I also want to acknowledge Sheila Lucas. Has another individual there, and some other folks are in terms of related staff, we've heard that announced, but in terms of the origins of that, and of course Bradford, Barton as well, was able to be here. And we had invited other folks who are still blessed to have with us, and who weren't able to attend. But this is my first chance to also mention that in May 2026, we are hosting a conference, and that conference is intentionally connected to what we're doing here and what's coming out of this symposium. I've asked you in the early beginnings to think about calls to action, things that we can do individually, and what we'll do in that structural locating together time. So keep thinking that through. So in terms of getting ready for lunch, so we're able to have lunch over at the Mother Church, just across the street. Folks have things set up there for you, and you just need to go out the door safely across the road. You can go up to the sidewalk, it's not that far, but if you want to dash across, please take care of yourself. It's not raining now, but I was saying to someone, I brought some umbrellas from home, and I was hoping somebody would be carrying my umbrella, but you don't need it right now, it's over there. But also located here is what we're calling a gallery walk. So we have an opportunity to do some immersive learning, which is what we're intentional about in the space. And some may have noticed it already in the hallway area where the washrooms are held. So there's, and the story is kind of laid out for you, and some other pieces will be coming up in that same kind of learning later today and into tomorrow. So in terms of for your engagement time. And I'll ask everybody to look to your back. Those two quilts, and someone will say something a bit about them in later, but they're also experience that we're also feel very community attached to. We would love your input. So here's my plug for evaluations. So there's evaluation that's going to be put in the chat for folks who are online, and appreciative of the folks online. We have to always be mindful about keeping you present with us as well. And then it'll also be sent, I believe, and folks who have email addresses. And it's, like I said, it's really important to have that input. And I'll remind you about the appreciation we'll have of your openness to speak to our folks who are here from the journalism school. I'm going to wave a little bit in that one. If Emily approaches you for questions or whatever input, that would be great. And then we also have someone from Mucho Radio who's here. Okay, so lunch is, I think we're due back. Audience participation, what time? 1:50, is that the truth? Okay. Just kidding. Okay. All right, get off the stage before they pull you off. Thank you very much, everyone. And see you after lunch back here. Thank you.
Two.
Okay. Let me say, is anybody else up here? Just us? Okay. Mic's on, Mr. Absar, so no hot mic moments up.
You know, there are people trying to get money from me. Today's a good day to collect.
Who would have thought 35 years ago, Robert, when you were standing in front of the people at Teachers College? I'd be sitting in front of the room with you now, talking about the last 35 years. Yeah. I think a little hope. I'm going to start with online. When was that on? You and I and another.
That's right.
I just want to show something on there first. Then I'll write my PowerPoint. Not set mine down.
2024, because I can get one right over there.
Good afternoon, brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We want to welcome you back here to the symposium where we are posed and welcome our online folks and our partners at the University of Venda in South Africa. We are pleased to continue our symposium and offer our question, what is our call to action over the next 30 years? My name is Robert Upshaw, and I had the privilege and pleasure of being part of the BLAC team, the Black Learners Advisory Team. This afternoon, I will be joined by Dr. Rachel Labise from the University of Vanda, and also Paul Ash, who's the current executive director of the African Canadian Services Division, and also a member of the original BLAC team. So welcome everyone, and I'm going to get us started here as we reflect on the story of the Black Learners Advisory Committee. The whole underservice of African Nova Scotians, not just in education, but in a number of fields based on their marginalization and oppression, has been recorded in the BLAC Report on education. We look at the instance of racism and oppression, and from the time that persons of African descent found themselves here, we were challenged with the oppressive segregation, marginalization of our communities, of our practice for worship, and found its way in education. We can only look at segregation as being legalized. We saw it in the story of the Nova Scotia Home for Colored Children. We saw it in the 60s with the removal of the residents of Appletville. We saw the environmental racism in other African Nova Scotian communities, and it would find its way out in education with the incident that occurred in 1989 at Cole Harbour High School, which became the tip of the iceberg. My part as the executive director of the Black Learners Advisory Committee was about implementing change and building capacity. And we had a heck of a team, as Brad spoke to today, all of the many people across this province, out of the communities, the traditional African Nova Scotian communities and others who were participating in this. Before I call the executive director, Sylvia Paris, here to share with one of the groups who were instrumental in terms of the work and the catalysts here, I would like to take a moment to recognize those 6 original members who are no longer with us, but gave their commitment, dedication, and wisdom. So if we could just take a minute and bow our heads. Thank you very much. Sylvia, if we could have you come and share with us the Evangeline King Grant, who was the president here of the Preston Parent Students Association. So.
So thank you, Robert, for setting the context. So I was pleased to be able to have an exchange with Evangeline Kane Grant and to learn more about the context of that time And I guess we would really, as we talk about it now, grassroots organizing, and certainly community voice leading. So I have provided to me from her, and with her permission, just to read what is a quote, or there are a couple of paragraphs, but quotes from her that we could use today during the session, since she's not able to be here. So I had said initially to Evangeline, appreciation to Evangeline Kane Grant, co-founder and president of the Parent Student Association of Preston, acronym PSAP. And so here now I begin her words. This title reflects the historic leadership I undertook in response to the 1989 Cole Harbour High School racial crisis, which helped to catalyze systemic reforms and laid the foundation for my legal career and current scholarly work at York University on a missing chapter in Canadian history. As I review the program, From Reflection to Action, Ubuntu-Centered Perspectives in Education, I was moved by the depth of engagement with the BLAC report and the global Africentric dialogue. This symposium's themes, particularly Black to Sankofa and lessons from Black community organizing, are deeply resonant with the work the community undertook through the Parent Student Association of Preston as a direct response to the 1989 Cole Harbour High School race riot. It is within these very themes that PSAP's legacy belongs. The community organizing was not simply reactive, it was prophetic. We called for a public inquiry into institutional racism in education, mobilized interracial coalitions, and reframed the school-level crisis into a provincial reckoning. That moral pressure led directly to the government's response to appoint an advisory committee on racism and ultimately to the structural reforms owing to the groundbreaking BLAC report and the celebrated legislative ACSD and DBDLI, as well as the many first-time race-related initiatives in Nova Scotia. PSAP, under my leadership as president, helped lay this foundation. Our work was not a footnote, it was a cornerstone.
Thank you very much. In terms of building capacity, improving the capabilities of individuals, organizations, and communities to achieve their goals and respond to the challenges. It was a whirlwind of implementation, as we heard from Brad Barton today, talk about the importance of bringing everyone together and taking that on and that challenge to government. We also heard from Dr. Patrick Kimbo about the importance and significance of the research. And that research is even used today in a number of issues that are being addressed around anti-Black racism. People will refer to that foundational document as well. We had the Council on African Canadian Education. We had the BEA, which had been there traditionally doing the work in education, along with other foundational groups and organizations. We had the Africentric Learning Institute, and we also had the African Canadian Services Division. Building capacity and the impact, there were tremendous movement for an opportunity for the Black community of Nova Scotia to participate in education. Our education committees, we built documents and training and board development for our education committees that were there. We employed a number of folks in the African Nova Scotian community towards career paths. Some of our regional educators who were Black teachers were unable to get jobs in the system, and we were able to facilitate them in terms of their journey there as well. Our cultural and academic enrichment programs allowed students and to be employed in them, but also to be role models for other students around culture and academic pursuits. As Dr. Kakimbo mentioned today, the Regional Educators Program was founded and establishing space for them, finding offices. We were able to network with community organizations, build resources into those communities, hire folks from those communities as well. And in terms of all of the activities that we looked at, the Student Support Workers Program, the RCH coordinators, who I think today are identified as African Canadian Education coordinators as well. And when we think of the impact and we think of the development of resources and materials, the ALI created many conferences, cohorts, materials, supported others, and that was one of the fundamental things of the BLAC Report, was also being able to support other initiatives. People like David Woods, who was doing work in the culturally awareness youth group, supporting him in those activities. The Africentric education project, who were instrumental in bringing Dr. Molefi Asante here in partnership with the BLAC in the very beginning. In our first conference, we had 300 people who came from across the province in a snowstorm because of their importance and their commitment. And I see today in this room, many of the young people, as they were referred to earlier today, who are in place and across this province to take on this challenge as we organize ourselves to move forward in the next 30 years there. So I'm going to stop there, and I am going to introduce our next presenter on the panel here today, and just give a heads up there. Just bear with me, folks. I always tell folks that I'm technologically illiterate, but apparently I misplaced something as well too. Here it is. Oh, and by the way, I'm emoji proficient, so. All right. You got that? All right, I like that. Emoji proficient. It is my privilege and pleasure as part of our panel today to introduce Professor Rachel Labise. She is a research professor at the Faculty of Health at the University of Vanda in South Africa. She has been occupying the position for the past 7 years. She is a licensed nurse, and her PhD on the development of a model to promote dialogue about sexual health between teenagers and parents, teachers, in education in South Africa. So I'd like to welcome Professor Rachel here today to join us and share with us, and she will speak to the displacement and homecoming life during apartheid. Good day, Doctor.
Good evening from South Africa. I don't I don't know if I'm visible. It's a bit hazy this side. Do you have my slides or should I share?
I believe we do have your slides.
We do have your slides. It's what you would prefer. Would you rather
checking on that
share on your own, or would you rather
How's
have
the
us share
weather
for
there?
you?
I'll try to share. I don't know if.
Oh.
Yeah, you have the ability to share.
Yes. All right, I believe we. All right, slides are up.
I'm trying to go to. Good evening, colleagues. My name is Rachel Levis. I'll close the video for some time. I'm presenting to you my life experiences, my lived experience in South Africa living during apartheid, and I'll focus on how people were displaced and the homecoming. I'm trying to move my slide. It's not moving, right? Okay. The structure of my presentation has got an introduction, way of life under Group Areas Act, Land Act, displacement, and the homecoming. Why is it important for me to share this story with you? It is my lived experience, as I was born in a family of activists. I'm married to Libisi, but my maiden name is Nkondo. And I'm going to tell you the story of my life in a family of activists. I was born where we had 8 activists. 2 were females and 6 were males. And these people were deeply involved in politics and in an underground movement because activism was banned during apartheid. So I was born into this family and grew up seeing what happens to a family of activists. I've put in special branch there to orientate to you that we had a special police force called Special Branch, whose responsibility was to look for information and arrest people who are actively involved in politics. And their duty was to get information about their movements and everything. So if you have got a bunch of activists in your family, you were almost in the spotlight every day of the police search, police surveillance. Your phones were hacked so that every information that comes into your family is filtered and listened to. Every book that is in your family, every person that visits your family was under surveillance. So I've lived a life of harassment from the government of the day. You'll find that they will come in around 3 a.m., ransack the whole house looking for information, be it in writing, print, or whatever you are listening to, or whoever you are talking to. And if they find something that is suspicious, all the adults, almost everyone was taken into custody, and you are left there as 10-year-olds to fend for yourself or not knowing what to do. That is how they were detained. That is the way in which we have known life. And we always had fear of unknown because you did not know what time they will bounce in, come and abduct whoever they want to take, and they will take them for solitary confinement. Or sometimes they won't come back for 6 months. Some will come back after 2 days. So we lived the life of uncertainty, not knowing what's going to happen next. Even when you go to school, you were not sure whether when you come back from school, you'll find everybody home. That is the home that I grew up in. That is the experience that I have with the living during apartheid. The way of life, there was this act, the Group Areas Act, which was there to determine who lives where, what type of recreation you must do. There was no access to recreation because there was a difference between public amenities. There were beaches that were meant for blacks, and there were beaches that were meant for whites. The parks, the hotel, and everything. Access to services was also divided between the two groups. Schools had two different streams. We had the ones that were taking Bantu education, and we have the education for whites. And Bantu education was inferior to white education. And access to hospital, we had different hospitals, different government services. Access to opportunities like profession was also restricted. There were professions that you could not dare register. They were not there even in the black universities. So that Group Areas Act was so much enforced that it restricted blacks in a specific area. Blacks had to be moved from a place which is nearer town. We were taken away from town, and you were given a certain type of housing that will only accommodate a few. And if you are many, people will sleep even in the kitchen and in the dining room. And that made it very difficult for people to navigate their life. There was also forced removal. After removal from areas near the cities, people were also moved to areas where they were packed according to their ethnic groups, dividing ethnic groups in South Africa, Vendas in Venda area, Shangans in Shangan area, Zulus in Zulu area. So they made us to hate each other, because now you had to live with your own and not live with the other people. So it needed people who would resist this type of legislation. And my siblings, my uncles, were part of the people who joined the resistant movement, went underground, hence the continuous harassment and everything. There was also a Land Act. The Land Act, which allowed blacks which did not allow blacks to own land. We were deprived of the land rights, and blacks could only be involved in subsistence farming. Houses were reserved for certain groups in areas near town where blacks could only rent but were not allowed to buy. So you could not own a house, you could not own land. And business was also restricted to shop owning only. You could not do any other business other than to do retail. Blacks were expected to offer hard labor. I think Prof. Mlaudzi talked to this. We were to offer hard labor in farms as domestic workers, mining, or in construction. And it was a form of cheap labor that was there. The displacement, due to the harassment that we experienced, due to continuous torturing that was happening, continuous arrests that were there, people had to flee from their homes to neighboring countries. And when they moved from South Africa to neighboring countries, they did not say goodbye to us. We did not know how to trace them. There was no contact between families, and we were not sure whether this person is outside the country or he has been abducted or that person has been killed by a police squad. So it was that form of uncertainty about where your sibling is, where your parent is, where your friends are, and it created that displacement, because they went to Mozambique, they went to Lesotho, some went to Swaziland, Zambia, and there was no communication. If you communicate with that person, it means by end of the day, you'll be arrested. So communication was very restricted and it was not there or not there at all. Should you communicate with the person who has been displaced, whether it's your parent or whatever, you were to be arrested and be tortured until you tell them where that person is. That is the life that we have lived during apartheid. The homecoming. After such a long time, you find that your brother was outside the country for 30 years. He went out as a 19-year-old and came back as a 50-something-year-old. So there was fear of what's going to happen. And there was a lot of mistrust between us and government because we did not trust them that when they come back, are they going to arrest them? Are they going to torture them? What is going to happen? And reintegration into the family structure was very difficult because these are people that you don't know. They came back with another culture. They came back having grown up. They've got their own thinking. They don't have a place to stay. You have to make sure that you accommodate them in your houses, and they have to adjust to new life, and we have to adjust to new family members because it has since taken a long time for us to meet them. So the homecoming was also difficult for us to get to know each other and to live together and to assist them because some of them did not have employment. So they needed amenities, they needed funds. They came back with kids, then you must help them to take the kids to school. It was so much of a burden, but at least you could see that they are back. But there are others who died outside and we're still waiting for their bones to come back and to have closure on what happened to us during apartheid. And that's what I wanted to share with you. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that experience. It is my pleasure and privilege now to introduce Mr. Paul Ash, who is the current Executive Director of the African Canadian Services Branch at the Nova Scotia Department of Education and Early Childhood Development. And I'll leave it to him to share with you Afrocentric leadership.
Let me grab a mic. I'm a teacher, so I'm not used to talking with a mic, but I think there's people online, so it'll probably work better that way. So you have to use that structure. Is that better? Yeah. Could I get someone to log me in here just quickly? Sorry. So while I'm getting logged in, I just want to share a couple of things with you. I'll tell you a little bit about myself. I'll kill some time. A lot of pressure. Sorry. A lot of pressure presenting with Mr. Upshaw. Many of you know Robert. We go way back. I'll tell you three things about myself before we start. My grandmother was Hattie Ash. Hattie Ash was the last principal of the last segregated school in Canada, which closed in 1983. Here you go, hey, thank you. My mother is Norma Ash. She was known as Stub. She was the first Black person to graduate high school in Guysborough County. So I share these things, two things with you to say, this was one generation ago, right? And the irony to this is my mother got to go to high school because she sang. She was an excellent singer. And anybody from that generation knows that back in the day, your choir was the equivalent of your basketball team, right? So you always tried to recruit. So the only reason she got to go to high school to graduate high school was because she was a great singer. A lot of other people had just as much potential in terms of academic ability. I'll use myself as an example. Failed grade 8, was told I was not capable of an academic program. This is going to sound familiar to some people. Was told I was going into the general program, which meant getting on a bus and going to Antigonish to the general program. My mother said, I'm not having that. Put me in a car, sent me up to live with my sister here in Halifax. Back at that time, Oxford Junior High School, which still exists today, was considered the gifted school. And if you were on one side of Oxford, you were in the catchment area. If you were on the other side of Oxford, the only way you got to go is if you were gifted. So every day, there were a group of black students who walked up North Street to go to Oxford School from St. Pat's Alexander, from Bloomfield, and those were the gifted students. My sister didn't know that I was supposed to go to St. Pat's. I ended up getting enrolled at Oxford Junior High School. So I walked into the school with all the other black students, and people automatically assumed that I was a gifted student. So I went from having an average of 5 to having an average of 90 and doing very well in the system. And I share that story with you to say, now again, not to brag, but I was by no means the most capable person in my community. By no means. A lot of my friends who still were suffered from the systemic racism that existed at that time never met their full potential. So that's how I came into education in terms of aspiring to move to education. I see, is the PowerPoint up? Okay, so I just want to share this with you quickly, and then I'm going to jump back. I see somebody running back, so he wants me to keep telling stories. I guess I'll say this, my journey with the Black Learners Advisory, oh, there it is there. I'm just going to show this quickly, and I'm going to jump in my presentation, because I tend to ramble sometimes when I start talking. So this is a resource that is going to be available on the DBDLI website. This should look familiar to some of the, actually, let me start at the top. This is, we were able to find a collection of photos that were maintained at the Department of Education in terms of the history of the Black Learners Advisory Committee. The Delmore Buddy Day has digitized this resource, and as I keep talking, I'll scroll through a couple of them. It has digitized this resource, and it will be available for you to have a look at it. It has some historical significance in terms of the articles, but also some of the original board members, some of the people in the room recognize themselves at a much younger time. Anyway, this is available. I wanted to start off our presentation by sharing that with you. I did do a PowerPoint, and I'm going to try to stick to my PowerPoint because, as I said, I don't stay on track very well. Okay, so I think I can sit back now. So I was going to begin my presentation, and I think I will. A little bit of my story. I'll share this, and it's, again, not bragging, but in the context of, I really am a product of the Black Learners Advisory Committee report. I was recruited out of Nova Scotia Teachers College by Mr. Upshaw. Any opportunity that I've had has been as a result of the struggle of our African Nova Scotian community. I consider myself a soldier in the struggle, which means something, because back in the day, Robert would say to the regional educators, to the bridge, we're going to take the bridge. It was really a sense of civil justice in terms of our education system, and that's been transmitted on to generations of people after that. I'm going to talk to 4 things very quickly today. One is, essentially, I have a very unique perspective in that I'm in the mouth of the lion, so to speak, as the Executive Director of African Canadian Services Division. We carry a great sense of responsibility in terms of seeing our kids on a daily basis not meeting their full potential. That's true of your African Canadian education coordinators. That's true of your regional educators. We take this as a personal commitment. This isn't a job, right? This is, in many cases, lifelong commitment. I want to talk a little bit about staying grounded in parents, community, and guardians. Again, 30 years in this, most of my career has been committed to implementing the BLAC Report in one form or another. But I'll speak to staying grounded, parents, community, data-informed, targeted programming, and advocating for funding supports and collaboration. So I was taught very early in my presentation skills that when you do a presentation, it should invoke some sense of emotion in the participants in the audience. So I'm going to take you through a couple things. I know some people may be upset as I'm saying this stuff, but these are the challenges that we're trying to deal with right now to figure out what the next 30 years looks like in terms of operationalizing the vision, not just the recommendations, the vision of the Black Learners Advisory Committee. I did want to start off by recognizing the Parent-Student Association of Preston. And I want to thank Sylvia for doing that as well. All of this started with community mobilization. And I'd actually say, for me, the most successful accomplishment of the Black Learners Advisory Committee was not the recommendations. It was actually demonstrating that when you empower and mobilize our African Nova Scotian community, we have the ability to affect change that we've not been able to create in the past. The only way that we can actually create true change in our education system is actually by empowering our community and working collaboratively with our community. That's what the BLAC report actually demonstrated more than any other report. I did want to acknowledge some of the participants of the original Preston Student Parent Association: Charmaine Willis, Archie Beals, Evangeline Kane, Madeline Downey, Mark Johnson, Alistair Johnson, and Maisie Simmons for some of the original individuals. And out of that committee came numerous committees across the province, and I think of people like Mrs. Hayward. I wanted to acknowledge the fact that we just lost Reverend Bill Crawford a couple of nights ago, who was a member of the Black Learners Advisory, the Council on African Canadian Education for 15 years. People have made, and people spoke earlier about Sylvia, but there are many people who have made this the struggle for our African Nova Scotian students their main focus in terms of the level of commitment that they've been able to provide. So some of the challenges in terms of, I'll say this: you can create any structure that you want in government, in nonprofits. All of them can go in a blink of an eye. If we find ourselves in a situation where we're being questioned about whether or not those organizations should be maintained, and we don't have the support of our African Nova Scotian community to stand up behind us, we're going to be in trouble. So it's absolutely crucial that we find a way to re-engage our African Nova Scotian, African ancestry community so that they're participants in this process and actually able to support us. Some of the challenges that we're experiencing right now in our system of support is, back in the day, you could go into a community like Upper Big Tracadie. I always find a way to work my home community in there. You could go into a community like Upper Big Tracadie, and you would find you'd find the majority of African Nova Scotian people that live in Guysborough County or in that doesn't exist anymore. Most of our rural communities have shrunk. People have moved into large towns or into metro or even outside of the province. So finding a way to actually connect with our African Nova Scotian community is going to be essential. The makeup of our communities have changed significantly. Back in the day, historical African Nova Scotian communities made up probably 90 to 95%. Now it's probably closer to 66%, with 1/3 of the population being African ancestry coming within the last 5 to 10 years. So that's a significant shift in terms of the populations that we're talking about. The other thing I want to talk about was, here's another interesting dynamic that happened. And I don't know if it was done by the system on purpose or not. As we identified problems, we actually hired the people that identified the problems to fix the problems so that you can no longer complain about the problems. Right, so we've got to figure a way, people who are focusing on educational reform, how do we get around that? How do we get around the fact that most of our Black educators are actually employed in the system and no longer have the ability to advocate on behalf of our communities? Right, these are just real experiences that we're having in terms of conversations around engaging our community. I'll stop there and move on. 15 minutes. I have like 15 slides, and I was like, am I going to have enough content? So this is interesting. Back in, is that remote work? Back in, I'm going to try to look at the numbers here. Back in 2013-14, African Nova Scotian students in grade 3, we generally look at grade 3 because it's the determinant of success in our public education system. There's an expectation that students will have the foundational skills that they need to be successful in our system. Back in 2014, all this information is available on the Department of Education's website under disaggregated data. African Nova Scotian students were reading at 55%, reading at or above grade level. The larger population, all other students were reading at 71%, which is a 16% gap in terms of achievement. Last year, African Nova Scotian students of African descent were reading at 68%, and all other students are reading at 73%. So the gap has shrunk to 5%. Now, if I go out into my community and say, we've shrunk the gap by 5%, they're going to say you're crazy. Last year, our individual program plan rate, IPP rates, 4.5% for all other students, 4.6% for students of African descent. For people in the room who've been involved in the struggle for a long time, that was a key indicator to us how we were failing our students. And they're saying, how do we have those numbers now, a 5% gap and a 0.1% gap on our IPPs, when we still see our kids struggling in our community? Here's why, I think, anyway, and we need to figure this out. If we were to look at the enrollment of students of African descent, this top line is students, African Nova Scotian students. And what we've done in the second line is we've disaggregated, we've cross-referenced African Nova Scotian students with newcomer population to get a sense of who are the individuals that have come in the last decade or so in terms of our African Nova Scotian community. African ancestry community has doubled in the last 4 years. If you start to look at the performance in terms of English and math at grade 3, our African ancestry newcomer community is the highest performing students in our education system. Our African Nova Scotian students are the second lowest, only to Mi'kmaq students. And I'm saying Mi'kmaq and not Indigenous specifically. And the reason why I'm saying this, and this is not a criticism, because the reality is, what data also tells us is, and I'll reference Carl James out of York University, that within 3 generations, that population is going to present the exact same as the historical community. There's actually a report that came out last month called Teaching Your Child to Read. Back in 2022, the Ontario Human Rights Commission did a review, and the result of the review was that we were not teaching our students how to read and using explicit instruction. The term is phonics and phonological awareness. A group of individuals in Ontario actually did a national study specifically with our Black community. And what they found was the exact same concerns that are happening for newcomer populations, or what would have been considered newcomer populations 3 generations ago, our Somali population, our Caribbean population in Ontario, are presenting the exact same way as Nova Scotians are. So unless we do something to disrupt this cycle, those students that are our highest performing students in our system, their grandchildren will not be, and they'll have the exact same challenges. So I'm using this as an opportunity to talk about how we as a collective community need to come together. Because right now there feels like there's a sense of divisiveness there. So I'm putting it all out here today. So, and the reason why is some of the things that we know that's happening and no surprise, our newcomer population in Canada is our highest performing population. The reason why Canada does so well on the PISA, which is a grade 8 international assessment, we generally score 3rd in reading, 8th in math, 9th in science around the world, right? Like, it's pretty impressive when you think about how we do nationally. It's because we have such a large newcomer population. When they drill the results down, so that's true of everybody. So I'm not being specific in terms of saying our African ancestry community performed very, very well in our system. And the reason why is when you start to look at things like attendance rates. So African Nova Scotian students attend school at 85%, our African ancestry community 93%, and all other students 87%. There's lessons to learn, and maybe we can collaborate to have those lessons help improve the experiences for all of our African Nova Scotian students. Oh, sorry, wrong way. Robert, you're gonna have to check the time on me here, Mr. Upshaw. All right, okay. So here's the other thing I'll say, and these are questions that we're struggling with right now because I have the privilege of working in the education system across all. The concept of identity development across all areas. The concept of identity development is this. It's very unique here in Nova Scotia. We promote an Afrocentric approach to education. Actually started back probably in the 80s and 90s. Delvon is here, Malefi's here. That was part of the movement to go from Black to African Nova Scotian. And we were consciously trying to reclaim our connection with historical Africa in terms of identity. What's happening now that's really interesting that I haven't figured out is we have that interconnectedness in terms of Afrocentricity, but we also have something happening in terms of general Afrocentricity versus specific African countries, right? So we'll have a Jamaican association, we'll have a Nigerian association, but we also say we're all one and the same. There tends to be a rub, and I'll give you an example of what that rolls out like in a school system. If you're doing something during African Heritage Month, is it done in an Afrocentric way that we're all interconnected? Or are we celebrating individual countries? And does that create a sense of connectedness between our African Nova Scotian, African ancestry, Black community? Right? So are we And there is that, so these are the kinds of questions that we have to answer, I think, in the next 30 years. The answer to the one around this is we need to be more specific in our data. We need to talk about who are the kids that are struggling in our system specifically and targeting our program for this. What I actually see, and some of my colleagues in the room would know that I'm probably a little bit of a headache on this one. Our job is to close the gap. Our job is not to engage all students of Black ancestry. Which students are struggling in our system? And I'll tell you, it's easier to get one population than it is to get another. Because some of those individuals already know they want to be a doctor, already know they want to be a lawyer. We've never had that experience. We're one generation away from segregated schools, or our parents are the first to go to school. Understanding what's happening in both communities is extremely important. We develop Africentric programs, which are great, having an impact on our student performance. And we're thinking about how do we connect with the larger community so that they better understand us as people of African descent when we don't understand each other as different people in the Black diaspora. And what often happens is when you go to on a university campus or you go in a high school, our kids aren't connecting. That needs to be part of our plan. And we as the adults need to connect and set the example, and we need to learn about each other as part of that process. Last one, I'll give you this one, around targeted programs. I was actually at a meeting the other day, and I'm not going to give you the institution, I'm not going to give you the program. They were looking at developing a program specifically around increasing African, Nova Scotian, African ancestry population. Within that institution, 5% of the population was Black or African ancestry. 6% of the people in the program that they were trying to develop were of African ancestry. 2% of the people at the institution, remember it's 2/3 of the population are African Nova Scotian, 2% of the people at this institution were African Nova Scotian. 0.7% were actually represented in that program that they were trying to recruit African Nova Scotians into. And the concept was we're going to develop a program and include everybody. You have overrepresentation in one area, significant underrepresentation, because that 0.7 really is only of 2% when it really should have been like 8%. So, and here's the other piece I'll say. There are challenges in multiple communities. We recently had a South Sudanese population come to Nova Scotia 4 years ago as refugees. We did nothing. We didn't respond to that. We also know that our African ancestry students are the highest performing in math, but by the time we get to the grade 10 math assessment, there's significant drops. What's going on there? Right, so what I'm suggesting here is not to be divisive. It's we need to be more intentional, more targeted, and collaborate, partners so that everybody can get ahead in terms at the end of the day. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Paul, for that perspective, and thank you to our other panelists as well. We are under the time crunch there, so just before I call upon Michelle Colley to take us to our small group reflections on the impact on education and insights going forward. Dr. Molefe talked about our humanity. This morning, we heard the issue of oppression, both in South Africa and here. And it's really interesting that we have inherited the issues of hate and division. And it started one day, that day turned into a week, that week turned into a month, that month turned into a year, those years turned into decades, and those decades turned into centuries. So we have work to do, and we need to continue to do it. We heard from Brad this morning, who told us about the importance of working together, having organizations work together. So on that note, I would just ask you to do this before I call Michelle Colley to come up and take us into our next section. And for the people who are online, I'd like you to look to your left, I'd like you to look to your right, and I'd like you to tell somebody I care about you. I care about you. All right. We care about one another. All right, if I could call upon Michelle Colley to take us through our next session. Questions, sorry. Got to come back. All right. We have a question. All right. And are there any questions from online? All right. Yes.
Yeah, I was just from our earlier sessions when we talked about like the importance of collecting data, and I'm listening to like how do we reconcile like once we have that data, and then when it comes to creating policy, it becomes for everyone because it can't be targeted policy once we have the institutions involved. And so how do we reconcile that?
So I think what has to happen is there's policy that's going to impact all of us from an African Nova Scotian perspective. Our children dealing with racial name calling in the schools is an example of a policy that impacts everyone. But I also at the same time think if there are particular populations, and I'm going to go on the other side and use the South Sudanese refugees that recently came and moved into our CSAP system with a lot of students never having attended school, then we need to be able to respond to unique sets of circumstances when they arise with programming specifically responsive to those needs. So I think it's the answer to the question is policy for all, have the same expectations, and when some populations of students aren't at that level, then we need to respond to that. And it doesn't matter where they are, it's just we need to have more accurate data and be more targeted in our response.
Yeah, just a little bit of follow-up because in that space, there's a lot of pushback when it's targeted policy. When you're identifying a population, then it becomes, oh, this is exclusionary and we should include everybody. Now, we understand the impact, but if we're addressing a very specific issue, then we have to have a very specific response with contextual sort of built-in approaches.
Yeah, that's a great question. So and I'm glad you asked because it gives me a chance to kind of speak to something. A lot of people don't realize that Castor Williams was the chair of the Black Learners Advisory Committee, and Castor was of Caribbean descent. A lot of people don't realize that Sagan Odesanye was a significant player in the Black Learners Advisory Committee. A lot of people don't realize that Dr. Kikembo, that was at the front, mentored me as a regional educator, mentored me in the Department of Education. And I think the piece that we had then that we don't have now is a sense of interconnectedness and unity. And part of that was because the numbers were so small within our African ancestry community that there was an easier, now the numbers are so large that people are actually separating and not staying connected. So, and that separation is great. Like there's a transmission of specific cultures if you're coming from a country that you want your children to know about. But at the same time, we have to present a united front, and we have to be responsive to the most vulnerable students in our population. And when you think about people like Marcus Garvey, you know, he was talking about an African struggle. He was talking about, so I think it's in the spirit of those types of things that we don't have to think of it as being competitive. And the reality of the situation is when we do good things, everybody benefits from it. Robert was talking about the establishment of the RCH office. Out of the RCH office came a Mi'kmaq education coordinator's office, came an equity consultants to deal with LGBT+. We started the pre-primary, the 4+ program at Nelson Winder. Guess what? That's pre-primary. We started wraparound programming. Guess what? That's Schools Plus. Everybody has that now. So regional educators. So we can have targeted programming at the start that actually creates benefit for everybody at the back end. It's just coming together under a common cause. And then, as I said earlier, this will benefit everyone down the road.
Sorry. No, my question, as you mentioned before, it is interesting your perspective on African ancestry and the historic, like, African Nova Scotian communities. And in my role right now, I work predominantly with underrepresented students, African Nova Scotian and Indigenous students. And there's a recurring thing that comes up is that I'm not just providing services for Black students, it's reaching out to the African Nova Scotian communities, and there's like a definition of that. So using myself as an example, I am of Afro-Caribbean descent, and I came here for university. A lot of, like, all of the Black people that I met at university, they were from other Caribbean islands and everything, or places in Africa. I can say, like, I graduated 4 years of university without having peers from from Nova Scotia, African communities. And even with that, like, we grew up in a different educational system. I grew up as a majority in the Caribbean because after slavery ended, we outnumbered them. So they fled, we stayed. So our policies or law system or schools and everything were built, even though they're very much like heavily influenced by like the British, we were the ones building it. So we still kind of had a say and input into that. So there's that where I'm coming here now where I'm a minority. I'm not seeing, I could say like, oh, racism wasn't as bad when I got here, but I'm also in the context of like, I'm here as a Black international student. I'm not Scotian, right? So then there's that difference in treatment of me as a Black person who's not Scotian opposed to like people that were here. So now I've gone through the system and I'm now working now, and part of my job now is reaching out to African Nova Scotian communities where I don't have all of that experience. And that's part of the reason why I'm here today. I like partner with like African Nova Scotian colleagues and that kind of stuff. But I don't know if it's like a question or more of a comment on, I see distinctly what you mean in terms of the tracking of students with African heritage versus those who grew up here in the system. And I think one thing that I saw clearly when I was here as well is that I came here with my education, I came here with a foundation. Again, growing up in a system where my education was valued, whereas African Nova Scotians grew up in a system where they weren't taken into consideration and their perspectives weren't valued and everything into education. So there is a gap in between people of African descent coming from other countries versus African Nova Scotians who are growing up here.
So I want to respond, and I want Robert to respond because we were having a conversation, but just for context, and people say this to me all the time, and it is true. People will say it's very difficult to break into your African Nova Scotian community, it's very close. I was at a school, Dartmouth High, Eartha Menard was doing a program around whatever, and there were students presenting. And before, as the students were presenting, they were standing on the stage with the flag of their country, I think it might have been Nigeria, draped over their shoulders. For African Nova Scotian people, that's our flag. It's not that we're saying we're African people living in Nova Scotia. We don't have a country to connect to, right? So if we could put a flag on our back that says, this is who we are. So if I went to you and said, I'm Nigerian, you'd say, you never spent any time. And that's nothing to do with me not being there. So if you think about the concept of African Nova Scotian being our flag, not our place where we're at, that's how we identify ourselves. We don't have a country we can attach ourselves to, but we want to connect ourselves to Africa. So our flag is African Nova Scotian. It's not, I'm an African, do you know what I'm trying to say? So if you think of it that way, and then the other point is to learn more both ways. I've had children go through the system and one at SPUM, one at DAL, and come back and say there are no African Nova Scotians at, and this is not picking those universities out. Those are probably some of the better ones we have, right? There's no African. So there's some real situations that are happening for different populations. I'm using African Nova Scotian, I've used South, and we as a collective need to get behind the idea that that's what we need to fix. And that's how you open the door up to actually starting to have an ongoing communication with the communities. I don't know if that makes sense.
Thank you very much. We good to go back there? All right, and just, some online questions, okay, we'll take those. But just before we go to those, Dr. Molefe challenged us this morning about using slavery. I would say the African hostages, commonly referred to as slaves. All right, we'll take the online questions.
This one is right.
Thanks, Randy. Thank you. Yep, so we're gonna swing it to online. So someone has a question. It's a bit of a long-winded one, but I'll still say it anyway. Well, sorry, Paul. It is actually directed to you. I agree with what Paul said about how if we put policies in place that are meant to address specific issues, it will eventually benefit us all down the road. However, it seems that that kind of buy-in is hard to get from communities and our policymakers, politicians, etc. Money is always a crux of an issue of buy-in. However, I feel like there is definitely more than just money at play based on historical context. I'm wondering how you feel about this thought, and if you feel if we are being heard and things are done or not being done.
So, so what I would say is this: money's always been a challenge, right? It's funny, people tell me now teaching is a crazy profession to get into. I'm like, when was teaching ever easy? It's the same thing here, right? It's like, it's the same kind of thing. Money will always be a challenge. What I do know is, having been provided the opportunity to work in different places on behalf of our community, when you approach people with a united front, you have much more leverage in terms of making movement. So having all of us come together as a collective and identifying issues and presenting a united front, it's when it's not a united front that we run into trouble. And that's not only true of, I'm having this conversation of communities, right? African ancestry, African Nova Scotia. That's true of our organizations as well, right? So the thing that I'm kind of hoping to have come out of the conversations we're having here today is a much more united community and a much more united organizational structure as well.
Thank you. So, without any further ado, I will call Michelle Colley to lead us into our next session. I think we're good.
Thanks, Mr. Shaw.
Round of applause, round of applause. Good afternoon, everybody. So before I begin, as Sylvia mentioned earlier, the quilts back there, if y'all take a good look, I'm going to tell you who made those quilts. Those quilts are made by Anja Kleik. Those who don't know her, she started quilt making in 2003, fell in love with the craft. Anja is a founding member of the Maritime Modern Quilt Guide, 2012. Anja enjoys exploring quilting in a contemporary manner using solid colors and geometric shapes. For Anja, quilting is a way to relax, work with her hands, and engage in social aspects of quilting. Anja's personal and commissioned quilts are contained in permanent collections of the Black Artists Network of Nova Scotia. And her work has been featured in their exhibits. So 2022 to 2024, she did the Secret Codes, which was a national tour for the Black Artists Network of Nova Scotia. In 2019, she did paintings and quilts at the Chase Gallery for the Public Archives of Nova Scotia. 2018, the celebration of Black Nova Scotian judges at the Halifax Central Library. 2017, new notes in the pattern of contemporary African Nova Scotian art at the Chase Gallery, Public Archives of Nova Scotia. And also 2014, Inspire at the Chase Gallery, Public Archives of Nova Scotia. Anja has had 2 solo exhibits at the Black Loyalist Heritage Center in Shelburne, Nova Scotia in 2017, and 2018. Angie has had quilts displayed in 2 concurrent quilt shows at Quilt Canada, hosted by the Canadian Quilters Association in 2019 and 2023. In 2024, the Royal Ontario Museum purchased a quilt for their Quilts Made in Canada exhibit. And also, Angie was commissioned by Dalhousie Art Gallery in November of 2024, which was last year. A permanent quilt installation was unveiled in the atrium of Dalhousie's School of Law as part of the university's African Nova Scotian strategy. Those 2 quilts back there, take a look. If anybody's interested in purchasing, you can reach out to Anja Clake. So thank you very much for that. So I'm going to bring up to the floor Ms. Sunday Miller for our conversation, and Wendy Lee, please, come on up. Good afternoon. Come on up. So today we had a few cancellations today for unseen circumstances, but that's okay. So today I'm going to call somebody, hopefully a community member who's a parent, who would like to join our seating here today and engage in our conversation. So if there's anybody interested in joining our little setting up here, come on up. Y'all ain't shy. I have space for a parent or a community member to join our conversation. Anybody? Okay, we'll work it through. We'll see how the afternoon goes. So let me begin by introducing to you our table here. So we have Sunday Miller. So Sunday Miller has a background in science and business. She's worked as a microbiologist for a few years and then made a jump to business. So after graduating with her MBA, she became involved in business development at home and abroad for about a decade. Now she's using her skills to help not-for-profits and business achieve their goals, as well as deliver business and leadership development workshops. Ms. Miller worked as a volunteer with the homeless for 30 years and was the interim executive director of Absent House, which provides housing for women and children at risk of being homeless. She has also been the executive director of a number of educational not-for-profit organizations. As the ED of Africville, she was responsible for overseeing the reconstruction of Africville United Baptist Church and the setup of the museum in the reconstructed building. During her tenure at Africville, she worked on the beautification of the space, decommissioning of the dog park at Africville, and the removal of the fence that separated the reconstructed church from the rest of Africville. At present, Ms. Miller is a property consultant with Akuma Holding, Inc. Akuma is an organization that is doing development in the Halifax Regional Municipality to benefit those of African descent living here in the HRM and our province. An affordable housing initiative, which is called Fairfax, was completed in December of 2023, and at present, her portfolio includes a 144-bed long-term care facility, a sportsplex, a second business hub, and the Fairfax expansion. She also assists in establishing best practices at Oklahoma Center. Thank you, Sunday, for joining us. And we also have Wendy Lee Wilson. So Wendy Lee is a mother, an educator, artist, and a cultural activist whose work bridges education and food sovereignty. With more than 2 decades in public education as a teacher, a consultant, and now an executive staff officer with BIPOC engagement and advocacy with the Nova Scotia Teachers Union. Those that don't know, BIPOC is Black, Indigenous, and people of color. So Wendy has consistently worked to embed Afrocentric principles into leadership spaces. She also teaches part-time in the BE program at Mount St. Vincent University and Acadia University. That's a Bachelor of Education program, supporting the next generation of teachers to bring equity and cultural relevance into their practice. Beyond education, Wendy is co-founder of the African Nova Scotian Freedom School, an active voice on food justice in Canada, serving on several advisory boards. She brings a unique perspective to conversations about Black foods and connecting land, culture, and history with the learning and liberation of Black communities in Nova Scotia and beyond. So a big round of applause for our 2 members up here. Awesome, thank you, thank you. So let's begin with Ms. Sunday. So what urgent steps are needed to secure sustainable housing in African Nova Scotian communities and addressing those systemic barriers that are still present since we know about the BLAC Report?
So housing has always been a major issue, right? I mean, we know that when the Black Loyalists came, their first homes were holes in the ground. So when we talk about the housing crisis, this is not new. It has always been a crisis within the Black community. The only reason why it's being identified as a crisis now is because it's people who don't look like us who are also being unhoused. So as far as what needs to be done to make a difference within the Black community, I think we're very challenged with that concept in the sense that even though at Akuma we've built some homes, Akuma's role is not housing development, it's development. Just one of the things that we've done is create some affordable homes. But the challenge around that is still the funding and the willingness of the government to deal with housing. Part of the major issue is that no level of government was willing to take responsibility for housing. And the only one that had a responsibility for housing was the federal government, and their responsibility was for the Indigenous people. And we know how that has not turned out for the Indigenous people. And I often say, if they had actually been doing what they should have been doing and focusing on the housing needs for Indigenous people, it would have trickled down and housing for all Canadians would have been improved. But the reality is that that's not what has happened. And as far as, you know, the education around housing, part of the reason there is such a major challenge with housing within the Black community is because of the educational status. You know, the fact that we still have the struggles within the school system, getting through, graduating, getting jobs. We also know that our income is usually 20% less than the general. So it makes it very difficult to actually afford the prices for housing, especially the prices that are out there today. When a 3-bedroom house, or you know, that you want to rent's around $3,000, and the concept is that 30% of your income should go towards housing. In most cases, that can't work. And even the government has identified, if you want a subsidy now, it used to be if 30% or more of your income was going towards housing, we'd give you a subsidy. Now it's 50%, because they recognize the challenge. And so ultimately at Akuma, we are doing what we can, but we don't have money. So anything that gets done is based on proposals that have been written and money that's been gathered to actually provide housing. Yet housing is incredibly important for people to be successful in school, because they need to know that they've got a place to live, they've got a roof over their head, they can come home, do their homework, they've got a place to stay, they can, you know, be warm, and they're not on a bench somewhere. So I don't know that I've been able to answer your question, but I do think I've probably given a bit of background and a bit more understanding of what the situation may be, and that it's going to be a major process.
Right, so the Acoma Center we all know from back in the day as being the, you know, the house where we house kids, and mostly our Black kids were there and other kids. Now your narrative is changing. Now you're working at moving into building the community. How do we educate others out there that it's not just the one entity for Acoma, it's the building of the full communities, especially with housing or education and justice and so forth? How do we start moving forward with that?
You know, I don't know that I have an answer for that. The need for housing is huge, and when we built our first set of homes, they were deeply affordable. So everybody's thinking that we can do that and every home's going to be deeply affordable. And part of the challenge is the cost of construction. If you get a mortgage, they will say, CMHC will say, this is the minimum rent because they need to get the mortgage paid back. And so, you know, if this is what the cost is going to be, and this is the mortgage that we've given you, then, and these are the number of units that you've got, then this is the minimum you can charge. And so I think part of it is education. I mean, for example, about 3 or 4 months, someone came in to see how they could get into Fairfax and not realizing that it was for women that we had taken out of shelters. And was really interested in trying to see, well, how do I get in? And I said, well, you can't. And so then the next question was, well, how much would it cost to develop, you know, the site? And I said, you mean all 320 acres? And they said, yes. And I said, well, and I'm thinking about it in my head, and he goes, 20 million? I looked at him, I said, 20 million is not even gonna build us a soccer field. I said, we're talking billions of dollars. And he just looked at me. So I think part of the challenge is education around the economic commercial aspect of things. And it's not that easy. I mean, affordable homes, let's face it, affordable could mean that you're in a basement, it's damp, rat infested with cockroaches, but it's affordable. But it's not someplace that you could live. And so what we're trying to create are not affordable, it's good housing. Housing that people would feel proud to live in. And so, and that's challenging. And we do recognize that there's a challenge around the cost of the housing. Like, when it's done, will our people be able to afford it? And so there's, you know, there's a lot of things, I mean, we're learning as we go.
So tell us a little bit, so you got your, what was it, 144 beds?
Long-term care.
Long-term care. Even with that, so we didn't know that in the system today, we don't have enough people that work, you know, in that type of field, industry or so. So how do we get our people in that space so that we know that our elders that are in that space are comfortable and they feel safe?
Well, one of the things that we've done is, you know, connect with NSCC, because we know we're going to need continuing care workers. We're going to need, you know, a physiotherapist, a social worker, and things like that, because it's 144 beds. So, I mean, there's going to be somewhere around 240 employment opportunities. And so, you know, we've sort of connected with NSCC so we can see, you know, okay, this is going to be available 27, 28. You know, can we sort of get the word out to our communities across the province so that people can start, you know, getting involved with that program so that when they graduate, they've got a place to work at the long-term care facility.
Is that a talk about another Afrocentric program at NSCC for our folks?
It could be.
It could be.
Yeah.
Reach out to us. Reach out to us. So let's move on to Wendy. So Wendy, a question for you is, how can Afrocentric, community-driven food systems reduce disparities and strengthen the futures of Black learners and families?
Right. Good afternoon, everyone, and hello to everyone. I did get to tune in this morning for a little bit, and Mr. Barrett, I'm going to take a page from your book in terms of, like, if I didn't see you when I came in, how important it is for us to acknowledge each other. So hello to each and every one of you out there. So happy to see so many familiar faces. I also want to start just by placing myself here in Mi'kma'ki and in my community as well. I grew up in Uniacke Square. I'm Charlie and Dorothy's daughter. They're both in the spirit world. I also want to acknowledge my grandmother, my mother's mother, Burl Goler, who raised her family just right here on this block, on this side, like just a little further down the street. And so when we talk about our 52 Black communities, I know that for some of us, it seems as though they're disappearing and you don't see a large Black presence in this community, but I'm so glad to see that there are places like DBDLI and New Horizons and BEA up the street that, like, really give us a stake in this place. And many people also grew up in the surrounding areas. Even if we look down at the Cogswell Street Exchange, that would have been the community that my father, Charlie Wilson, came to when he moved from Guysborough Road as a young man, likely a teenager. He would have went and stayed down around that area as well. So just a shout out to my community. Speartown, Squizzy is where my heart is. And I'm so fortunate to be able to actually have moved back into this community recently as well. So I want to be able to talk about, I'm going to talk about food sovereignty is what I'm going to be talking about for the next little bit, and how that connects to learning and education. And so, and that whole sense around Africentric food systems and what that means. So we have to take it back a little bit because usually when we talk about this area around food security, government language is that we want people to be food secure. Like that is the goal, right? For people to have easy access to food, for food to be affordable. But actually, I am a food secure person, and probably many of us in this space hopefully are as well. But that is so restricted to being interdependent on the people that are currently involved in the food systems in Canada and in Nova Scotia. So I am only as secure as those transport trucks coming in, bringing the food, the grocery stores where most of us usually get our food from, the availability of food. Once that is no longer available, I'm very vulnerable as well as the rest of us. So what we're trying to move towards as a member of the African, Nova Scotian, and Black Food Advisory for the City of Halifax. This is an advisory that came out of the Just Food Action Plan. Halifax has an action plan for food, a food strategy plan, so that people do have easy access to healthy, affordable, culturally relevant food. And so in saying all that, what I do want to put out there is that we as Black people need to be creating our own food systems. So from harvesting to carrying the seeds, storing the seeds, ancestral seeds, to be able to process our food. We all know the connection between food and food-related diseases as well. And so I find that when people are connected to community, things generally work out better for community. So I always think that the people that are connected to the problem should actually always be the people that are connected to making the decisions to actually help resolve things as well. And I'll tell you the way that I got into this space was through education. So I've been an educator for over 20 years, worked in my community here at Joe Howe School for at least half of that, and then worked at the department for a couple years. Now I'm with the NSTU. And just over the last 5 years, my passion really has been in food work, food systems, food sovereignty for Black and Indigenous folks here on Turtle Island. And my road in was the Coalition for Healthy School Food. If people don't know what that is, the Coalition for Healthy School Food is the entity, national entity. There's a chapter or an advisory in every province that drove the advocacy for the Universal School Food Program. It took 10 years of lobbying and advocating to have students being able to access healthy, culturally relevant school food in schools. I got involved because from moving from school to school after I left Joe Howe, I actually moved to 4 other schools. And what I noticed unofficially is that there seemed to be a correlation between what students were eating in the classroom, their meals, because in the city, in the schools that I taught, the majority of them didn't have a cafeteria. So as a classroom teacher, I was actually watching what students were eating at their desks, because there wasn't a lunchroom. And what I noticed in some schools is a lot of ultra-processed foods, a very high amount of sugar. And I saw the effects that these types of foods were having on students during their learning day. So I thought it was important at the very least that we give students the opportunity to have that brain food, those proteins, those omega-3s, the things that would help drive them during their learning day. And then maybe they could indulge in the other stuff after school was over and when they had the opportunity to like move around and burn off that kinetic energy. And I just thought it was important that we have a program where students could access food, and now they can. That program, the Universal School Food Program, is not perfect. And I knew that it wouldn't be perfect. And if you are privy to what students are eating currently, since last October when the program was launched, you saw a lot, there were a lot of complaints. Like you saw people saying this food is not, it's not edible, the food is not desirable to students. And so that's why I stuck with it, because my plan was to implement this universal school food program and then have it localized into communities, right? Having communities decide what communities want to eat. But most importantly is having parents and community members being able to actually profit, like to build generational wealth. Like someone's got to make this money, right? Like there are vendors involved. And so how can we get more African Nova Scotian vendors, Black vendors, Indigenous vendors? What I didn't mention at the beginning is that when I started this work 5 years ago, the food insecurity rate for Black students of African descent, was about 36%. And that was over 50% for Indigenous students. And just as recently as over the last year, it's about 46.3% of children in Canada are food insecure. Black students are food insecure. So the number has increased. And the numbers for Indigenous students has just lowered a little bit, right? But I don't know what the correlation, or I can guess that there is, there's in the Indigenous communities, you can see that there's sovereignty building. They're always sovereignty building. They're nations. And so there's able opportunities for Indigenous people in some regions, in some communities, to actually profit off of their land, right? Build businesses and institutions on their land. And so if 46.3% of our students in Canada, Black students, students of African descent, are food insecure, that's a crisis to me. That needs to be resolved. So how do we make those shifts within education? How do we change that so that that our students, first and foremost, and that's always, I come at this on a national level, very transparent, is I am working for my community, right? That's my first priority, is to work for to localize food and food production in Nova Scotia, in the Black communities in Nova Scotia. And so, Michelle, I think, how do we use Africentric paradigms and principles to help resolve some of the issues that are currently in the school system? I think it's about building capacity for us to be able to be in control of our own food systems.
So even with our food, we often forget that agriculture is attached to that. Sunday, do you want to talk a little bit about that? Because Coma has a few spots out there that are agriculture.
Yeah, I mean, Akuma had when it was the home for colored children, it had one of the largest farms in the province. And, the Truro Agricultural College would send their people to the farm to learn how to farm and how to produce. I mean, they had 7,000 chickens, and they, so it was huge. And I think that whole, and even now we've got that huge community garden, which is, I think that's the largest in HRM. And it's very interesting, because I would have a tendency to say the majority of people who have a plot there are not of African descent.
So Wendy Lee, with your program, what does that look like for you if we don't understand how agriculture connects us to our food?
Okay, so I want to take it back a step further as well and talk about the communities that the majority of people are connected to here. My people come from, my mother was born and raised in this community, but her family came from Fall River, where they had very fertile ground, and it was the Black families in Fall River that fed everyone else. It was just like, it was the flip. And so we already have within us that agricultural knowledge, both in our bones, but mostly in the people that are still in communities. Like if you go to any rural community and have conversations about Black food sovereignty, what you eat, what are our principles around food and sharing food and etiquette around food, you will hear so many stories about people who, like my father, who was born in 1927, he was food sovereign. He depended only on the land and the community to feed him. There were no grocery stores in Guysborough Road. There still aren't. How did they eat? They were connected to the land. So there was this man, there is a man by the name of Byron Beardy. I met him when I started doing this work. He's from Four Arrow Nations in Manitoba. And he said something to me that was so profound when I first met him. And at first, it took me months to really get deep and really understand what he meant by the phrase or the sentence that when you're born, food is included. Food has been made into a commodity, right? When you're born, food is included. The first food is potentially your mother's milk, right? And from there, we're looking at not traditional agriculture, but how do we forage from the land? So when he said food is included, I just thought he meant, everyone has the inherent right to enough food. But what I understood, what he really meant was the type of food that we are entitled to, the food off the land. Think about how blueberries, as Black people in Nova Scotia, how blueberries have sustained us. Think about, any of the berries or any of the fruit that might fall from the trees, crab apples, fiddleheads. I know my father, my family never bought fish from a grocery store. Fish always came from someone you knew in the community. My father taught my brother how to snare rabbits. He taught me how to, clean them and dress them. I watched my mother as she cleaned the mackerel. We didn't buy that at the grocery store already as a fillet frozen in a package ready to go. Where we come from a time, my generation, I was raised in the 70s and 80s. I came from a time where the mackerel man or the mackerel woman came to the neighborhood, when the vegetable man came to the neighborhood, where people bought potatoes in 50-pound bags and apples, and they went to the valley. My mother was always a part of a community group here, just up the street at the library, and at least once a year, they would go to the valley and bring back apples, right, that we would munch on, that would last probably for the rest of the winter. She also brought back a couple of switches when she came. She always brought a couple of switches back with her, just in case.
And
yes,
just
I
to add
remember
something
this.
to that, because when you stop and think, and I think of Africville, that's one of the reasons how they survived. If you go down there and all the apple trees and the pear trees and the berries, the cranberries, the blueberries, the raspberries, the blackberries, the fish that was right there. So whether they were employed or not, they could still eat well and healthy because it was, from the land. One of the things that we have at Akuma is that we do have Emotep. We have created programs to get the youth there involved in growing so that there is that level of food security. We have the farm, but we also have the hydroponic farm. And so, we have the garden and the hydroponic farm. And that is something that is producing year round so people can have their lettuce and things like that. So it's really important, this whole concept, especially within the Black community with income, that there's that food, security, and the best way to have it is to be able to grow it yourself.
Yeah, and Sunday, I just want to just jump on something you said. I love that, the idea of teaching. I'm thinking about the old ways, the traditional ways of how we gathered food from the land and how we shared food with community, and then also how we preserve food, right? You go into Black communities, there's always a few people that that can preserve anything, and it's just as simple as, you know, vinegar or sugar or salt is going to take whatever you harvest from the waters or harvest from the lands. That's going to take you through all the winter months as well. And also, as we eat, what I learned from the indigenous people here on Turtle Island, which makes sense, is that what the land offers you and is available at the time is exactly what your body needs. So in the summertime, you'll get more like leafy green things that grow and flourish. You'll eat that. Those type of things, those type of cucumbers and watermelon, these are the things that keep your body cool in the summertime. And then what the land has to offer in the winter is like those root vegetables that we dug up and put in the cold cellar, or, you know, the cucumbers that we pickled and put away, so that we have food for the rest of the year. We are able to survive off of the land. And then we have this extra benefit of being able to do the traditional agriculture, like row on row of the same thing, and actually grow some food, and then just really cultivate other food that's just naturally out there in nature. So just especially with the way that things are looking in terms of food insecurity and what's happening in the world with trading and tariffs and all that, we are able to be self-secure. Like if we looked after ourselves as a broader community, we could have land in rural communities somewhere. The thing that I talk most about in comparison to my cohorts in other parts of Canada, they don't have the land that we have. That's their biggest barrier. It's like they're coming, you know, immigrating from other places, or in Toronto or Quebec and just places around Canada, and they're saying their biggest barrier is we don't have the land. Right? Just if we knew, if we could map out where all the fiddleheads are growing in the spring, when they're coming up, where are we going to find the lamb's quarter? Where are we going to find the greens? Where do we go? And then not everyone's going to want to do this, but there are people in the community that would love to go and be able to harvest these foods, preserve them, and then share them with the rest of the community so that no one ever goes hungry. And we're eating the best food, the food that was intended for us, and how we preserve that is in ways that are safe for us. And so one of the things when I talk about food security and food sovereignty is my food security doesn't really give me a lot of security in really even knowing what's in my food and if it's even safe.
And just to say, when you were talking about foraging, I mean, we all know what a dandelion looks like. Dandelion greens, you know, before the flower comes, you know, you got it grown in your front lawn. Yeah.
Right, so let's move on to a community voice question here. Hopefully you both can have your own perspective. But how do we ensure Black parents or communities remain decision makers in shaping the education or future of our children as we look back into the BLAC Report? And this can be based on either one of you guys' perspective.
I can start and just say that any decisions that we make as an advisory, I think community always has to be a part of that decision making. And if we look at the 52 Black communities, we're not all the same, right? There's like, this is my community. So when it comes to this community, I'm very well entrenched. I know the families. I grew up here, but I can't take the same methodology, the same initiatives and implant those in Beachville or North Preston or in Cherry Brook. That's when it comes to that particular community to be making the decisions for themselves. And what I've learned the most over this job that I had most recently is with the Nova Scotia Teachers Union is this sense of governance. It's something I've never really been interested in before, but the way that governance structures are how they're structured is that, you know, hierarchically, there's one person at the top and they're very colonial, but indigenous structures really look at more circular, like no one's any higher up on the ladder than anyone else, and everyone has a voice. And there is a level before we even interconnect with anyone in that group, in that governance circle, there is a foundation of mutual respect, right? So that if you have a mutual respect for everyone in your community, and let's say they put me in charge of making the decisions on behalf of the group, I'm less likely to harm someone that I know or have mutual respect for. And if you see in government, that's the exact opposite. You see people that are making decisions for people that they've never even met. And they don't and they don't care about it. And they might not even like, actually.
So when I stop and think of the BLAC Report, there's some really great recommendations in there, like, you know, the education committees. And I would have a tendency to say that when the education committees were in place, they were in every community. And the purpose of the education committees were to get the parents comfortable working with the school system to support their children. But I think part of the challenge is that, you know, you get a little bit of success and then you think, okay, we're okay, we can sit back and we can coast. And in the process of sitting back and coasting, we went backwards. And so I think, you know, it's really important for the parents to be involved. And even if your child is doing okay, you still need to be involved, because your involvement is impacting the educational system. And I think we can all agree and understand that the educational system was not created for our benefit. And so it's something that if we let it go unchecked, we'll end up doing more harm than good, which is why parents need to be involved. And I don't know what the status of the education committees are, but I think it's really important that there are committees. And I also think it's unfortunate that we don't have a school board for the English-speaking schools, because that was also one way where parents could get involved and hold the school system accountable to the needs of children of African descent within the school system. So, yeah, I think to a certain extent, maybe some progress was made. Maybe we had more kids getting through high school, going on to post-secondary, and then we kind of felt, okay, it's not too bad, we're doing well. And then, you know, we had, you know, many more people coming from the Caribbean and from Africa who were having success, seeing more people within the school system in professions and stuff like that, and not realizing that there's still an awful lot of work that needs to be done for the Indigenous African Nova Scotian students, and to provide that support, because it has to be family support. And it has to be those who've had success with the system supporting the parents who still might be afraid of the system and don't know how to be in that system to support their own children, because it's not easy.
It's not. So moving forward after this, if you're not heard, we will be having the full conference in May of next year. And we always look for that call to action. So what are some recommendations based on food, based on housing, that you will put forward towards our call to action?
In order to have the housing that you want, you have to get an education. It's one of the things my mom always said, that once you get your education, you can actually determine how you want to live. And, you know, because she said they will never think that you deserve to live as well as they do. So if you have your education, you can make some choices as to where you live and the conditions that you live. So my call to action, I guess, would be, how do we re-educate our communities on the importance of education and being proactive, taking control and agency for their children and their family in regards to being educated, and not just in math, writing, and arithmetic, but in economics, you know, in the Constitution. Like, as citizens of Canada, we should be having a very important and impactful position, but we will not if we do not know what our rights are and if we do not know what's available.
Yeah, so I think call to action is, and this is my favorite part about being able to do this work, is to put theory into practice, right? And so one of the things that we're doing with the Just Food Action Plan is we've created a program called Blended Forward. I noticed there's a couple people in here that took part in the Blended Forward program. And that's bringing a program on how to prepare like fresh, local healthy food with just the use of a blender. and the resource of having a dietitian. Nikia Paris is the dietitian on our team, and she actually was my grade 3 student. She was one of the first classes, and so you can see this success that happens when students have access to Black educators. And so what we did with the Blended Forward program is we made it adaptable for different communities. Different communities have different needs. And the next program that we have, or initiative that we have coming up, is we're going to be creating a aftermarket. So of course we have the Seaport Market down the street, we have the Brewery Market as well, the Old Brewery Market, and just recently there's the Nova Lee Market up on Gottingen Street. But they've partnered with our advisory team to give us market dollars. And so what we're going to do is we're gonna bring the market to community to make it more accessible. So we'll go shop, have deliveries made with this market money, and then you'll find us this aftermarket in different communities within the HRM. And so that people can access it. So when they access it, it's not just, it's gonna be very community specific. So when they access this aftermarket, there'll be other amenities there as well. You'll have access once you shop around for your groceries. You will be able to take your bag over to a registered dietitian and have her assess what you have in the bag and kind of your nutritional needs, and if there are any medical issues, like how you might prepare your food and then the nutritional value of that food. And also, we're really looking forward to being able to grow food, not just in rural communities, but also you're going to see us. You said the conference is in May? Oh, so I'm going to give you an update. I'm so excited to be able to give you an update on how to grow in urban areas as well. So you can still have, they have a farm down the street, right? A farm manager, Hope Blooms, but we're looking to be able to access space all over the HRM to put up greenhouses, or to give people access to raised beds, or even just the knowledge of a place you can come to learn how easy it is. It's so easy to grow your own food.
So thank you for sharing. Thank you for sharing. But maybe there's a bigger picture and we should be saying to ourselves, where's our grocery store? Why isn't there a Black-owned grocery store here in Nova Scotia? I'm just going to say it. I know, and it's great that we can have markets. It's great that, because my grandparents did flea markets, right? That's how they supported their families, whatever. My grandparents had a farm, and my great grandmother grew herbs and sold them faithfully down at the waterfront. But that's years and years ago. Let's look at today. Why don't we have a grocery store here?
So so this.
There's a connection right here, though, eh? We got housing. We have community housing and stuff, and then we have you that does our food. Is there a connection that we can make somewhere? As a grocery store?
Yeah. So I'll tell you why it's likely that we can't have a grocery store, especially in areas that are very accessible to folks. And our other initiative down the road, we're starting all these initiatives because our end goal is to have a food center or a food hub, right? Where people would be able to access food, Black people at highly subsidized or free, right? People would still be able to come in and shop and have wraparound services. But let me tell you, so y'all are familiar with where Sobeys used to be up the street across from the North End Library, right? And you know that lot sat empty for about 40 years, for decades and decades. And I always wonder, why didn't anyone put another grocery store in there? And then I found out that Sobeys had a restricted covenant that's written into the contract when whoever bought the land. And that restrictive covenant keeps anyone from building a grocery store. And so what I also found out is that it not only has a restrictive covenant on that location, there's at least 30 locations within this community along Gottingen Street that have restrictive covenants so that you can't. And this is a national problem with our 5 big major distributors, the Loblaws and the Sobeys. These guys have restrictive covenants all over the place. So then you're never going to see, it's odd, it would be weird for you to see a Sobeys and a Superstore in close proximity to each other. It happens sometimes, but they own the real estate, and so they then, when they turn this property over to a buyer, the agreement is, if you buy this, you can't sell food.
That's unfortunate. But I want to say thank you to both of you lovely ladies today. It was an awesome conversation. But with any talk, let's ask the audience, does anybody have any questions? Ms. Delvana Bernard, come on up. The mic is right.
Thank you both. This was fantastic, Wendy. You know, I've heard you speak of this, but every time I hear you speak about it, you're just learning more and more and sharing more and more. And Sunday, I love your perspectives because I know you work in education, PEA, and Africville, and now where you are. We listened today to a lot of amazing perspectives about things like policy, like Mr. Barton and Patrick Akimbo. We're speaking about policy and so forth. Then we had, you know, Brother Robert Upshaw and Paul as well. And then hearing you as well, Wendy, talk about learning so much from your last job with NSTU around governance and so forth and policy and all that. So this is kind of a comment and a question both, because I'm not wanting to sound the alarms, but listen to all the amazing work that's happening over at Akuma. And that's a place dear to my heart because my father grew up in the Nova Scotia Home for Colored Children, him and his 4 sisters. And so it always makes me get filled up when I think about the place. But that amazing work that's happening out there right now, and I served on one of the committees out there for a period of time. And so hearing about food sovereignty and all the things that we have done and can be doing, I have to just say this, not to sound the alarms, but Sunday, when you said that the plots of land out there where people are doing the farming, whatever, that the majority of them are not being farmed by people of African descent. Am I the only one in this room that blinked? Because I did. That made me blink. I was like, you're kidding me. And Brad earlier, and then over lunch, we chatted with Dr. Asante about certain things. And Brad, you were saying, you know, almost in a grieving way. And I agree with you. Gee, some of the things, we made great progress in education through the BLAC Report. We know we have. But some things that we didn't safeguard close enough got taken from us. Like we know the black seats on school boards was something we had, but they threw the baby out with the bathwater. And Brad, you talked about the government sort of clawed back and took case into their coffers and not allowing it to belong to the community any longer. So my question therefore is, seeing how policies and these things can be helpful and seeing how things change through time, and when we say calls to action, you know, I have to ask, what kind of community trusts can we build? What kind of community policies can we build? Community governance can we build to let us prioritize ourselves? Because when I think of a 200-bed plus facility that's going to be built, and I'm trying to think, do we have 200 seniors that are going to go out there? Now, my daughter is studying to be an architect, and she's actually doing her placement with the architectural firm that's working on that property. And she said, oh, it's going to be so nice. I said, yeah, but you ain't put me in there. So there are people who will not want to. And also, when we talk about Africentricity, and Dr. Sante gave us lots of lessons on that today, it hasn't been our culture to put our seniors in, to put out, because when we take those people out of the home and take them out of the community, we're taking knowledge out of the home and knowledge out of the community. So all of our knowledge is going to be sitting in a 200-bed facility. So the whole premise of having that in the first place is very un-Afrocentric, very un-Afrocentric. But since now it's being built, one of two things is going to happen, is that we're going to build this thing and non-black people like the farm, right, will be living in there on our land, right, subsidized by our tax and our work. Or maybe the younger maybe the Gen Zs are going to put us all in there. And if they do, you know, how do we maintain control of what is ours? That's my question to you guys, with your wisdom. How do we maintain control? Like we get the community land trust these days. That's one way we're trying to bring back control. What kind of policies, what kind of governance can we have to maintain control? Because we don't own much. All we own is our churches.
Right.
We own that piece of land out there, and we own Africville. Other than that, we're broke.
Right, thank you, Delvon, and I'm not trying to cut you short, but I'm on a time.
I was finished.
I'm on a time thing, and thank you for that.
Should have brought up
But-
the hook.
No worries. I'll let Sunday respond to that, but before she says that, for what you said about we don't put our folks in homes or whatever, we don't put our folks in home because of the treatment that they receive when they're in the homes that are around today, right? So when we look at it, we take our elderlies and we put them in a place where they're never going to see themselves unless it's somebody else that's coming in. I think that's a different outlook to look at things. When we think about what's going on out at Akuma Center and that space, we're hoping that from a community perspective that is going to be there to serve our community, right? But I can't speak for them, but I'm just saying, like, my mindset would be, well, that, of course, we're in the Preston Township, and those are our residents, and some of us, we want to take care of our folks or our elders, but we know that we can't, and we need help. But I'm assuming that spot that's coming is the safety for us to say, it's okay for my mom or my grandmom or whoever has to be in that space. And nowadays, we can't even say our grandmom or whatever, because things are happening to us at 50, you know, Alzheimer's, whatever, any kind of disease that's out there that our family members might not even know what it means to take care of you. You see what I'm saying? So I look at it as this space, because my sister is a social worker herself, but works at Northwood, and this is part of one of her projects that she's working on. My thought is, well, yeah, God love us. Now we have a space that we can call our own. Now we have a space where we have workers that are like us when we walk in there, right? Now we have a space where it's governed by people that look like us. So to me, that's 100%. However, but I'm not the one that's working there. That's just my thought as a young person in this community of coming from the Prestons and stuff, because that is my community. Now, I grew up in the North End Dartmouth, but I don't take away that I got family, Cherrybrook, North Preston, East Preston, and who knows where else, but everywhere around the way, we say, we'll find a cousin. You see what I'm saying? So I'm gonna let Sylvia answer that right quick, and then it'll be off to our next session. Thank you, everybody, for taking the time to listen. Thank you for questions, and moving on to Sunday. Thank you.
Yes, so the long-term care facility is being built because the community said they wanted one, because an assessment was done, and that was one of the things along with affordable homes. It is a 144-bed facility. It's over 200 jobs that we're expecting to have. And we're also anticipating that it's going to be people, not just from HRM, but from across the province. There are those who are from HRM, but they couldn't get housing. They're in Windsor, they're in other parts, they're, you know, in Antigonish, and there are those who would like to come back because we were informed by family members that it's very difficult to go and visit them because they're so far away. So, yeah, I mean, our hope is that, you know, if they're closer, then their family members will be able to come and visit them more frequently. So. Yeah, I think. Yeah, I had said initially when I first started speaking that we've been connecting with NSCC to identify, we gave them the list of all of the positions that are going to be available at the long-term care facility, so we can start working now across the province and all the different communities where they have different programs so that people of African descent can start taking those courses so that when they graduate and the facility is ready, then they will be able to have employment.
And can I just add, just on the food end of things, with our advisory and the HRM, is that our initiatives, our programming, or the delivery of these initiatives and programming are like by Black people, for Black people. And so we make no apologies for that at all. We also have a priority for African Nova Scotian families within community to do this work. And so this is why it's important for us to do it in community, because it's awkward when you go to other places and people are asking for food. You don't want to deny people food that are from your community. So we're being very intentional about where these programs are launched and where to deliver it within Black communities so that it doesn't make it awkward. But our priority is to Black families, Black community.
Awesome. So thank you very much. I am going to turn this floor over to Ms. Sylvia.
No. Thank you very much, Michelle, and all the panelists. So I will say, folks, thank you so much for hanging in there, I guess. I know it's been a packed day and the learning has been amazing, but it is, a packed day for you. And we had a lovely lunch by Opus, so I want to express thanks to Opus. All right. Yeah, that's right. Let's bring that on. And I also want to express thanks to the team members here who have been working with the caterers so that we have a sampling of culturally representative food. And there's a special recognition for that coming tomorrow as well. So folks get here before start time. There'll be some breakfast available and it'll be culturally representative as well. So a shout out to the team folks that are doing that together. I also want to acknowledge the cultural representation that has been supported here by Toria Adu. So you saw the representation over at lunch, particularly in terms of the table settings. You see it here too. If you look to my right, your left, represented and throughout the space. So it intersects well with what we have on an ongoing basis. I want to draw attention again that we'll have an evaluation and we want that completed as well. It's to be sent to you and in your chat, and that we have the online program book, which has all the bios and which continues to be updated and be fully updated next week. And, oh, there you, I see you, Miss Melinda Day, please come on up. So we're at a very exciting part of our program. So I'm just gonna move our table a little bit around. I was just gonna say that, Bernadette, don't steal my idea. Okay. But what I want folks to do is, as you can, please stand, but stay in the room, okay? And for the folks who are lingering out around, could we come on in? This is really one of the substantive parts of our program to hear a little bit about this book that's coming out. I think we'll have to make sure Melinda's got something.
Do you want another red here?
If you want to just put that over there for her. I'm okay on this side.
I don't know if these cups are from the last group or
no, they're from the last group, but we took them. Okay. In terms of angle, is this angle okay for me with her? Or do you want me to do this?
Maybe. No, that's fine. You have an angle right there. Do you want another spread chair like this and you guys have a good conversation?
I just don't want to eat time. We're already losing people. Good. Exactly. I think if you're comfortable there is great, and we've got those set up. Okay. Ryan, can you grab that? It's Dr. Labisi calling. Not sure. It's Dr. Labisi calling. Can you answer? So, okay, everyone. So could I invite us to return to our seats? And also, could we, if we want to move around a little bit, feel comfortable to move up This is going to be a great story experience. Okay. And so and it's recorded. We'll get it. Yeah, and it's recorded. We'll get it. But yeah. Hear it?
He'll probably give it to me. Yeah,
This one is working. So if we could have everyone kind of move back in, and we are going to go into a conversation. Thanks. And are we going to put the slide up? Okay. Great. So welcome, Melinda Day, the author of Champion of Two Worlds, A Daughter's Recollection of Delmore Buddy Day. So we are privileged to have you here with us in Delmore Buddy Day Institute. We're also privileged to have this story. We know that this story is going to be impactful and remarkable. So I just want to begin by saying to folks, this book, as you can see on the slide, is November of this year will be launched, and we'll have, of course, a launch session, and
They have to
and
go
we'll
come back
have,
in. Yeah.
and we'll also be able to have like a book launch and such with it. So what is going to happen here today is we're going to have a bit of a conversation with the author, with the daughter. I've got a few questions, but I wanted to begin by, Melinda, inviting you for any little opening comments you'd like to have in terms of the meaning for you to be the author of such a personal connection story.
Oh, it is, thank you, Sylvia. It is truly a very personal reflection, and one that's been a long time coming. I started the journey, I think I started doing this in 2013, 14, something like that, yeah. Then I had to do a lot of research, interviews in Halifax and across the province, in the United States, and then COVID. and that affected a lot of things, and it certainly affected the timing of what I could do with and my the publication and interviews, completions, and all that type of thing. So, and as I reflect back now, I say, well, I can take a sigh and a nice breath that it's here. So it is indeed quite emotional, but I'm very happy about it, finally. And I'm very, very pleased and happy with the people that certainly helped me along the way. Very helpful. Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm pleased and privileged to have had the chance to read the manuscript. So, you know, we won't try to give away too many tidbits. They're exactly in there, but to let folks hear it. But you talk in there about the importance of family. You talk deeply about not just the importance of family of then through your dad, but now, you know, now as family folks get together. But I know it's your father, so we could just say it that way. But I'm just wondering about in thinking about impact, what inspired you to write a book about your father, about Buddy Day?
To be honest with you, I wasn't inspired at first to write the book. I was thinking that I had to find somebody to write Daddy's story. That's what was my thought process. Mm-hmm. At the time, I was chair of the Halifax School Board, and I always knew that his story had to be told. I was instrumental in making sure that the street, Buddy Day Street, I was, you know, I worked on that and made that happen. But I knew that Daddy's story should be told, And I was thinking in my mind, who's going to tell this story? And so I thought about it, and here I was, right over here at the church, and the school board was having a media showing us how to work with and present to the media, school board members. So I'm over there, and we introduce ourselves, and the head journalist was Blaine Henshaw. And when I said my name, he came over and whispered to me, "I need to talk to you afterwards." And so, okay, I went up to him afterwards, and he and I talked. And he introduced himself because he said, "I'm one of the many reporters who was in the province house and in your father's office. I became very close to your dad." And so, have you ever thought about telling his story? And I said, "Yeah, I got to find somebody to tell my father's story, to write it, you know." He said, "Well, did you ever think it's you?" I said, "Me?" No. He said, "Well, he told me that my father, he had mentioned it to Daddy. Buddy, your story needs to be told." And he said, "Your father said it. Oh, my daughter's going to do that." He never told me.
So it was prophetic.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's how it started. He said, "I'll help you." And he did. I didn't know where to start and everything, but Blaine gave me an outline and everything of where to start. Then the inspiration started coming. Oh boy, yeah, I was really into it.
Because I think folks might think, oh, it's her dad, and so that's probably pretty easy.
Yeah.
So it's nice to hear you share that while it's maybe a bit easy in the sense you obviously know the person well, there's still, you want to tell the accurate, full story of the person, is what I'm hearing. That was a bit of a weight on you, for a term. And I'll mention the folks too. To my right on the floor there, in front of the panel, you see a picture of Mr. Day, and kind of in two versions of the self, if you'd say that, whatever. And also we have one here on the wall and one on the entrance in that. So in terms of that recognition. But I wanted to, I was quite taken by this, so I wanted to ask this of you. So, because you write in your introduction, you wrote of being Daddy's girl, so who loved just being with him. So how did that closeness influence your path into teaching, leadership, and storytelling?
I am a daddy's girl. And the thing about it is that there's 6 of us. And how does everybody get to feel like I'm daddy's girl? But I don't know. I'm a daddy's girl, and I like many of my siblings. I loved to be around Daddy. I was always there. I was around him. I was with him, and if I wasn't, then he would say, "Where's Lynn?" You know, my family called me Lynn. I'm not Melinda. And with my family and real close friends, they know me as Lynn. So he would often ask, "Where's Lynn?" And so he was doing a lot of things. Daddy was a boxer. I can tell you that as a young girl, the young kids on Creighton Street, the way you see the guys, the kids with the basketball heroes. Well, we in Nova Scotia and Halifax, and we can be very proud of our boxers, right? They were just, true champions to us. We just looked up to our boxers, and they were on Creighton Street. And Creighton Street is a predominantly Black community. That's where we grew up. And the gym, the boxing gym for Black boxers was on Creighton Street. So the kids would come out of their doors because they would know that the boxers were making their way to the gym, and they would come out of their houses and want to carry their bags. That was a big deal, to carry the bags of the men that were going to train. Mm-hmm. So I would run around and behind Daddy, right? And I would want to be there. So I remember Daddy said, "Lynn, you're not coming to the gym no more." He said, you're 12 years old, you're not coming to, oh, okay, and he talked to me about that. I said, no, you're not, you can't come to the gym. So what I did was I started reading Ring magazine, and boxing magazine, so I could know everything about boxing. That's what I wanted to do. And so he was doing that, and he was doing social work, in the community, the neighborhood improvement center. He was very much involved in that, and that's where he worked with a lot of the kids in the community, at St. Pat's Alexandra. It was called St. Pat's Alexandra, but it was in the St. Pat's gym, and it was in the Alexandra School gym right here. These buildings were in here at that time. It was called Alexandra School. And we would go there, guys and girls, and they had recreation classes for us. So we were all make our way there. So I was around him, so were my other brothers and sisters, but we were around Daddy, and we were seeing what was going on and hearing it. We always had people in our home, Sylvia. There was lots going on in the home. People were coming from all over the world. And there was a lot of conversations and meetings. Yeah.
I think there was a few influencers that you have talked about as well.
Yeah. He was always counseling us, teaching us, and even before we knew the term Afrocentric education. I know now, we talk amongst ourselves, there are 9 of us, that we were engulfed in Afrocentric education from one Buddy Day, our dad. He was so proud, and he was so engulfed in this history. And here was a man that never had the opportunity to get all this education, but Daddy wanted to be educated, so he kept educating himself. And so we were engrossed in Malcolm X and Martin Luther King, right? We grew up with both of them. We had to know what Malcolm X was saying, and then Daddy wanted us to know what Martin Luther King was saying. Then he would sit and talk to us and counsel us. Then he had us engulfed in plays and skits, and he liked to watch us, in plays and skits. And he also took these parts in plays and skits, and he put us out there. And one time we were called the Daylights, and we were a singing group. Oh, we did all kinds of stuff with us. He was doing that. He was enjoying all this, right? These 9 kids and these 6 girls, and 3 boys, and we had a good time, And Tracy, my youngest sister, she plays piano. So Daddy and Mom would both have us always had us in the living room singing. We were doing a lot of things like that too. So.
Yeah,
that
yeah.
kind
I
of
feel
stuff.
like you're echoing some of community stories that people recognize on the, getting ready for Sunday services, or even like a Friday night gathering. It feels so familiar.
Yes.
And it feels like as well. Is it fair to say that just the works, I heard you say research, and I heard you say thinking about like that you did for this book, also gave you a fuller story of your daddy, as you say?
Yeah, we called him Daddy, Mom and Daddy. But certainly when I was doing this, and I talked to other writers along the way now about how you feel when you're writing a book and you're writing a story, and you interview persons and you have to take notes and so on. I was doing all of that, and then I would have to write it and type it and all this. So many times I was at the computer at all hours of the night, but I wasn't here. It felt like I wasn't here because it was the 1960s and 70s and 80s and sometimes the 50s, because of the way I was interviewing and the period of time that I was in. I was way back here, so it was almost like you were taking yourself up out of here and you were back here someplace. and the experience was quite overwhelming and unique to experience that. But I often saw some of the hurt and the pain of, especially my dad, but of our community, of our people, and that hurt. You know, that used to I used to get stung a lot, I found, you know, because the more history that you read and you delve into, the more you realize how much your people have given and how hurt your people have been, you know, but so determined yet your people have been, and they kept pushing and pushing through. And that was my dad. He was just pushing through all the time because Daddy prided himself in wanting the best, not especially for us, but he wanted the best for our people. He just wanted to see us succeed, and he wanted to see these young people. He would get very engrossed in the way that the system, the education system and the justice system was treating our young people. Daddy, the pain would hit him, and he would come home, and when the mom used to say, "There goes the finger," but Daddy used to always talk like, you know, when he got talking, he would go like this, and he'd squint his eyes, and what they did, you know, like, but it was about the kids, it was about the young people, and so what he started doing at the province house, Daddy started making sure that the kids come, the classrooms, and he wanted them to come to the province house. And so he had several classes that would come, and he would tell the story later to us about how they would come to the province house, and he got a chance to talk to them about being proud of being Black. And then he would point out Queen Charlotte, on, you know, in the province house, in the Red Room, there's Queen Charlotte. And we know that Queen Charlotte was a Black woman, but down there, they were never pointing that out. I don't know if they're doing it today. They're pointing out that Queen Charlotte was Black, but Daddy always made sure that they knew who that woman was up there on that picture frame there. There was a lot of things like that were happening. You know?
There are so many things I want to ask. I wanted you to have a chance to share the story about, you know, how even your origins and family, where there was this demonstration of people taking kind of care of each other during his transition, moving here and that, right? But what I'm wondering is if you could say a bit about that and a bit about the kind of school thing in terms of an activist piece, and then I'm going to jump us ahead a little bit to talk more intentionally about the BLAC report and your father's role in that. But yeah, so maybe.
So tell me what.
So if we want to, because you talk very warmly, I think, about when he came here, 4 or 5, and that experience.
My father and my Uncle Percy, there were two brothers. There was another brother, and his name was Bobby, and Daddy never met his brother, and he never met his sister until they were older, you know, adults, but he grew up with Percy, and the people often called him Bud and Percy. Percy was a year older than Daddy was. So the story goes that my grandmother, named after her, my grandmother, as with many other Black women, you know, they left their children with somebody to care for them. For any number of reasons, grandmother came from New Glasgow, my father's from New Glasgow, and she bought Bud and Purse. They were probably 5 and 6, it seems, and she bought them to Creighton Street, and she bought them to this woman, Myrtle Drummond, who must have been either a relative or great friend, because that's where Daddy and Uncle Percy were raised, and my grandmother went to United States, and I believe that she was going there. I'm told that she was going to look for the father of of the children, his name is Tom Reed, so I'm also a Reed, R-E-I-D. Yeah, and Daddy found out later in life that his name is, you'll see this in the book. He found out later in life, because he wasn't raised by his mother and didn't know his father. He found out later in life when he brought his mother from the United States and brought her here to Halifax to live. Her husband had died. She didn't meet Tom Reed. She made another life for herself. And he brought her here to Nova Scotia, and she lived in Halifax here, down the street from us. We lived on Maynard Street. And he came home one day and he was real upset. He said, that woman doesn't understand how these things affect you. Mom and I were in the kitchen and we asked him, what's going on? What happened now? And he said, I just found out what my name is and that I'm a year older than what I thought.
Wow, wow.
Because he didn't have any records. There's no record, there is now, but there was no record of Buddy Day, of Delmore Buddy Day, or Delmore William Day. There was no record. So Aunt Mert, she knew he was a Day. That's Melinda's son in Perth, of course. She knew he was a Day, so she put the Day name. She knew that his name was different. It's Delmont. So she said Delmore. So she put that on, and then her husband was William, so she put the name in there, Delmore William Day. But they always called him Buddy, But there was no birth certificate, so Daddy always asked, where's my birth certificate? And she said, your name's not Delmore William Day, it's Delmont Bruce Reed. He went, oh. And, oh, buddy, you're not born in such and such a year. You were born in this. So he wasn't getting a lot of things until later in life. And then he said, well, I am Delmore William Day. So he changed, of course, he changed his name legally and made sure that was done. And then we went on from there. But I forget the question I'm going.
Well, I mean, for me, it's like roots go deep, right? And so what was rooted in that activism and identity, I felt like that was coming through and comes in terms of the stories that you're sharing with us in the book. And for me, kind of makes the opportunity to think deeply about the engagement with the BLAC Report, right? And that leadership piece. And so that's what we're here, that's a part of what we're talking about during this time together. Yeah. So we know that he played a key role in pushing for the BLAC Report. What do you think his vision was for education in Nova Scotia? And you have many angles from that as a principal, a teacher, and school boards and lots of things. So, but what would you think was his vision for Black education in Nova Scotia? And I also don't want to miss for you to have an opportunity to make any reference to those pictures that you have here for us.
Well, oh yeah, good, thank you. Here was a man that he went through the streets of Halifax, through the community of Halifax, and no matter who you were, Buddy Day would help you. And that's what it was. If you needed help, then you came to Buddy. Whether you were Black or white, poor, you just asked Buddy and he was helping people. It was just, it seemed like it was a given. The phone would ring all hours of the night. The phone would ring late at night, and it would be some mother on the other end. And she would be telling Daddy, Buddy, when you go down to the police station, they just took my son. And she would call his name, so-and-so. And she would be telling, this happened many times, many years. And she would be telling him about what happened to her son, and there was a fight and so on, whatever. And so Yeah, she would ask Daddy to go down to see about her son, because oftentimes the same thing that happened in the United States happened here. Your son went down to the police station. He didn't always come back the same way you saw him. They were beat up. Yeah, quite badly. Yeah. So oftentimes we would get those kind of calls, and Mom would come in my room and tell me, Lynn, go with your father. So I know these things. I went with him. He would be driving, and I would be on the passenger side. It'd be 3, maybe sometimes 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. He'd go down to the police station, park around the back. He had that long blue overcoat on. Daddy swaggered like that. And he used to say things on them dirty buggers. What did they do to them? No, he didn't play. He wasn't this meek mouth. He knew what to do and when to do it. He'd ring the bell, and I could hear the police saying, "Who is it?" And he'd say, Buddy dead. And then somebody would say, "Oh, it's Buddy, let him in." And they would open the door, and he would come in. I would stay here, and he would say, "You got so-and-so, so-and-so?" And yeah, and Daddy said, "I want to see him. I got to see him." And sometimes we went down to see him, and then sometimes it was okay. But a lot of the times, Daddy would come back, rush back to the front desk and tell them, "You get him to the hospital now." And they would do it. And after a while, things began to change because they knew Buddy would be down. But I saw a lot of things like that often happen, right? So he was known for his activism. So I too followed in those footsteps. I couldn't help it. But it's not just me. It was my other family members as well, because of the way we were counseled, because of the way we were brought up, with Mom with the religious conviction, and then with Daddy with social justice, and that strength of power, and that strength of who you are, that you had to stand and fight, right? So we tend to plant ourselves in different places where we can make a difference. I planted myself in different places where I could make a difference. When it came to the BLAC Report, I was a little younger than now. It was only a couple years ago. Delvina? It's only a couple years ago. No, seriously, I have a sense of humor, and I love to bring it out at times. Yeah, and anyhow, I was in my 30s. I just started teaching. I love it, I was just doing my thing, and I was a teacher and so on. And that was all fine, doing good. I knew that he was down the province house, right? Daddy was the director of legislative affairs. He didn't just become the sergeant at arms. He was down there making a big difference all the time with all 3 political parties, right? And there was a lot happening. And he hired so many Black people as pages down there. Those were good times. Those were good, strong years, because he was influential in making sure people got jobs, people that they would never think of. And Daddy would say, come here, you get yourself together, come on, I'm going to get you a suit and tie and so on and so forth, and you're going to work down the province house. So there are so many names, women and men, that can tell you that I got a job at the province house. I was a page at the province house. Where would that have happened? Does it happen today? We need those things to happen today. I was a page in the province house. How did I do that, So anyhow, those type of things were happening, and I knew that, with the Coal Harbor fights and what was happening, the unrest, the racial discrimination, the cry for justice was there. So a lot was happening, and in all of that, he was putting these people together, and he told the government, they came to him, and they said, "Buddy, what do we do?" Because they heard Evangeline Kane Grant and what was the cries in her committee. They heard what was happening, not only, especially in Halifax, in Dartmouth, but the cries from across this province of the racial injustice and the racism in the school system. And we just couldn't take it anymore. We weren't, the students were fighting. It was, those were really tense times. So they came to him and he said, it has to be community. It has to come from the grassroots, and it has to come from us telling you, not you telling us. And he had this conversation with the government, and they said, we'll leave it with you, who you bring to that table. And the names that you see in the volume of the BLAC Report, some of those people that are here today, some had to leave earlier, and some are, Robert said we have to have a moment of silence because they're gone, but those people were at that table. And I was reluctant to come to this table because I was teaching. And I said, Daddy, I don't know if I should be there because you got the heavyweights, and then there's me. But then he said, no, I know why I want you there. He said, I know what I'm doing and I know why I want you there. So I was there, and I was the youngest. And a few months later, Jonathan Smith, Reverend Wallace Smith's son, he came, and he became part of the Black Learners Advisory Committee, part of CASE. He was one of the members of CASE, and we're so proud of that. We all have a bond. We truly do. Cass was the first, and then Brad was the second chairperson. We did have some heavyweights around that table. They knew their stuff, and that's how we started going. At first we were the Provincial Advisory Committee, and then we called ourselves the Black Learners Advisory Committee. And from that report and everything, all those recommendations that you see there, they're all very, very determined. There's a lot of work that went into those things. A lot of meetings. I don't know if people today are meeting like this, like we did. We never stopped meeting. We were always meeting, and we never missed meetings. There was, you had to have some real good excuse if you weren't at that meeting, but because we were there. We wanted to see it happen and wouldn't make it happen. So there was a lot of meetings with the researchers, with government, with community, all that type of thing. A lot of things were happening at that time.
Yeah. I mean, it is such a rich story, and I need the signal that we're near closure, needed to do closure in terms of the next part of the program. But in terms of moving to that piece, given Mr. Day's ability to give good advice to the community folks he met on the street, to the folks he worked with in government, and whatever positional leaders, and I'd say part of all the message that we have from municipal governments, all those governments, I think is also a testimony to that appreciation of this namesake institute. So I want to kind of close with this question. What advice do you think Buddy Day would give to young Black activists or educators working towards change now?
I'll answer that question, Sylvia, but I got to say something else here, right? He hurt for us, right? And oftentimes, because of his pain, he was, this strong man we saw as daddy, a boxer and strength, but at the same time, we saw hurt. And he never talked too much about his hurt or his pain, because he always felt like he wanted to push us to be that much more, right? So he didn't say too much about it until he got sick. And I'll talk about what he asked about the black, children and that. But when Daddy got sick, then we saw a different side of him too, right? And he was sick he had cancer, right? And so when he got sick, we were really worried and we were upset because Daddy didn't fight anymore. It was almost like the fight was gone. And I remember what happened. What was really good was that he has this first cousin, and her husband happened to be a fighter too, and they lived in Phoenix, Arizona, and we always had company coming in the summer to visit, and they came to visit one summer, and it was that time Phyllis, she knew that Daddy was sick, so she definitely wanted to get home, right? So anyhow, and he lived for 3 years after this visit. So anyhow, the fight was, he came home, her and her husband were there, and he was a boxer, Daddy and him, they naturally knew each other. And he was telling the fighter, Phyllis's husband, he said to us, how's he doing? And we were talking to him, and we were telling him that we were really concerned because Daddy is a fighter, but he's not fighting. And so he said, he left it with us. He said, just let me do something here. So later in the conversation, he took my father for a walk. And maybe they walked over the commons, I don't know, but they went on a walk. And when they came back, it was a different story. It was different. And later, it was, another week or so when the other fighter told us what happened in that talk. And he said to him, from one fighter to another, he said, buddy, all the fighting that you've done, in the ring, on the streets, justice, fight in the ring, justice, fight. He said, when that bell rang, there was never a time that you threw in the towel. There was never a time when you said, I can't answer that bell. And you know very well, buddy, there were times when we didn't feel like answering that bell. We did not want to answer that bell. We had to muster up every bit of strength. He was telling us this, to answer that bell. He said, buddy, you got to go in and fight. This is one of the fights, buddy. You got to fight this one. And he fought. And we fought with him. And so those were the great days as well, right? To remember that. And that's why when I look at what Daddy was doing and saying, I said, well, it was all ordained. It was all ordained. Nothing just happens. Nothing just happened. It was order my steps. This man was just doing these things. So in his death, that's when the Black Learners Advisory, which was now CASE, when they said, let's commemorate this, because it wasn't for this man, every one of us sitting at this table, we weren't called by government, we were called by him. He called every one of us to this table. We were not called by government. It was Buddy Day that called us. And when we showed up at that meeting, we showed up because we were called and because he challenged us that this report, this one was going to make a difference. Come and see, come and see. And it certainly did make a difference. And from that, then the word got out. We started visiting the communities. We as Black, in CASE now, we visited all the communities and we asked the communities. We told the communities what we were about to do in terms of the Institute and its name, and that's how the community, that's how it got the name, with the community support of the Delmore Buddy Day. At that time was Africentric Learning Institute, which is now Delmore Buddy Day. Learning Institute Excellence in Afrocentric Research. He wanted to see the best in the youth.
Yeah.
He was counseling the youth. He was on the corners with the youth. When there were a couple of riots in Halifax, he got up out of his bed, not only to go especially see about those kids down in the jail cells, but he was asked to get up out of his bed many times, and he got up and went down to Godkin Street and Agrigla Street. And I learned a lot, from interviewing people in terms of how he was able to calm the storm.
Yeah.
The respect that he had from especially his communities, they loved him. They listened to him.
Activism is action.
Activism.
Action. Yeah.
And that's what he did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for this. As I said, we're going to be having a book launch, so we'll be able to hear fully more of the story and around. And right after we finish here, we're going to have youth voice perspective sharing. So we'll have a youth component, and that'll help wrap us up until we all convene again tomorrow. But Melinda, thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you, Sylvia.
It was very deep.
Thank you for all you
Sure.
do, Sylvia.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sylvia is my cousin. The woman that I spoke about, Myrtle Drummond, that's her husband's grandmother.
Thank you all very much. Please stay and hear the youth politics, so the 20 minutes or something in total, and then we'll welcome you back tomorrow. So thank you. I'm imagining going to it, then you'd be like reflecting on all these things, and you'd write something reflecting on all these things.
It was.
Yes.
It was an incredible learning. I mean, I interviewed all of them. About these people. And after you interview one, then they refer you.
That's right.
And I was over here, I was over there, and I was sitting there trying to write all this. I mean, I teach people, but I wasn't a writer.
Yeah, it's a different thing.
I was like, yeah.
Yeah.
But thanks very much.
No, thanks. And I'm looking forward to your launch.
I am satisfied on that sector. And as I said, the activity reflects about the work and show appreciation. So there was a debate organized by the one student of the Bantu Education who was providing us with applications and showing us ways education, power and participation. So as I said, yeah, we were talking about this community, we were talking about many things that are facing in this world. For example, we're talking about teenage pregnancy, about HIV and AIDS, sexuality, and knowing their own identity. As I am here, I want to tell everyone about Ubuntu to show how appreciative I am to our Ubuntu environment. The role of life, Ubuntu, a gentle glow of values of humanity, like a flourishing oasis of hope, where power boosts, when hearts unite. A soft glow that reflects the beauty of human values. Ubuntu lives in me and you, just as despite this peacefulness. With empathy and compassion, we lend a helping hand. Please let's lead us into the world of bread. Ubuntu is the one and only world of creation. It leads us to many divine beautiful things. Shining the beacons hope in the dark of night. With every step, we walk into our to light. With every compassion and with every compassion, we are able to see many things. Can we share this humanity's gift and also let kindness abound as we give, we receive in this endless cycle found? Broken hearts are healed and injured souls take flight. Can we be able to take Ubuntu to all other many dimensions? We take account to fear, but we Ubuntu are able to. And we're able to light our faith, and Ubuntu overcomes the way. In the time narrative, a testament to our mind. Mutu ngumuntu ngabantu, umuntu ngumuntu ngabantu, izandla ziyagezana. A person is a person within others. The hope of life, Ubuntu. I thank you.
Elle se distingue par un rendement académique exceptionnel et une passion manifeste pour les sciences de la nature. Curieux et motivé, il se démarque par une moyenne nettement supérieure à Paris Brown de l'école acadienne de Truro. Paris est une élève remarquable qui excelle autant sur le plan académique que sur le plan personnel. Ses résultats scolaires sont exceptionnels. Elle se distingue aussi comme athlète passionnée en volleyball. Raphaël Ngwemme, qui nous vient de l'école secondaire Mosaïque. Arrivé en octobre 2025, Raphaël s'est rapidement démarqué par son excellence académique et son implication dans la vie parascolaire. Malgré les défis liés à son arrivée récente, il a su faire preuve d'une grande détermination. Sarah Vaz, qui nous vient du centre scolaire de la Rive-Sud. Sarah brille par son engagement envers son apprentissage et par la qualité exceptionnelle de son travail. Cette année, elle s'est démarquée en remportant la première place au concours d'art oratoire, ainsi qu'à la dictée PGN de l'école. Taylor Izard, qui nous vient de l'école acadienne de Ponquette. Taylor est une élève d'exception, qui se démarque par son dévouement, sa détermination et son énergie inépuisable, qu'il s'agisse de ses études, d'activités sportives, artistiques ou communautaires. Elle s'investit toujours avec sérieux et passion. Sienna Kusik, qui nous vient du centre scolaire de la Rive-Sud. Sienna est une élève exceptionnelle, qui maintient une moyenne académique de plus de 95%, tout en démontrant une grande